Good morning, everyone. It is Maura Dooley and Lyle Goldstein taking you through this first hour. Salk is going to be off for a few days. He has, hockey dad life. He's traveling to Denver for a hockey tournament for his daughter, Cecily. He'll be spending some time with the Heward family while he's out there. So today, Lyle and I will be taking you through the first hour, and then we have ESPN Seahawks reporter Brady Henderson in with Brock Heward the rest of the show. And we're going to talk to Ray Roberts at 7:30. He was in one of those floats in the parade yesterday with the broadcast crew. So he'll let us know what that was like. And then also we're going to talk to NBC sideline reporter Kaylee Hartung and find out what it was like reporting on the Super Bowl from those sidelines. So that's coming up at 9:30. Make sure you stay tuned for all of that. Right now, I don't know, Lyle, the city was pretty alive yesterday with Seahawks celebration. I heard they had to actually extend that parade route because there were so many people downtown. And, this team overall has been a little bit subdued. I think especially Ken Walker and Sam Darnold after the Super Bowl. I don't know if it was still sinking in, but they didn't seem like they had just won the Super Bowl when they were being interviewed post-game. And I think they finally let some of that out yesterday. It was pretty fun.
Super fun. And not just them, but Ernest Jones and Devin Witherspoon, and the list just goes on and on. But, yeah, Sam Darnold had some fun yesterday. I mean, you saw him really ignite the crowd. You saw him acknowledge that the whole nobody believed in me thing, which he's been a little hesitant to do, which I get, but that was fun. He really kind of got into it yesterday. And maybe that's what not the price you pay, but that's what comes with winning a Super Bowl is you can let it out a little bit.
Yeah, Darnold didn't really go into the people not believing in him thing because that's definitely not his style. But he made it a point to acknowledge the people who did. So that there was a little bit of that behind it, and his teammates wearing all those T-shirts with his middle finger up. They definitely let you know how they felt about any of the doubters. Also, Mike McDonald having a little fun here. I thought this one was, it made me laugh, with Rabel introducing him and saying he should have won Coach of the Year.
He should have been recognized as NFL Coach of the Year, but instead, he will gladly take Super Bowl champion. Ladies and gentlemen, the head coach of your Seattle Seahawks, Mike McDonald.
I think we'll take this trophy instead.
That was fun.
This is just a little side of them that we don't usually get to see because this team usually is kind of all business. I enjoy that. And then obviously, like you said, Ernest Jones doubling down on his support of Sam Darnold and basically anyone on the team that you might have anything to say about.
I'm gonna keep it a buck. I'm probably the last person they should have gave the mic to. But we finna turn up, man. First off, I want to say shout out to Jody Allen, shout out to John Snyder for making this all possible, man. Shout out to Coach Mike McDonald for helping us get to this point. Man, but also shout out to these who play this game the right way. Hey, not only do we have the best defense in the world, we got the best team in the world. And quite frankly, if you got anything to say about my quarterback, you got anything to say about defense, you got anything to say about our O-line, and you got anything to say about the city of Seattle, I got two words for you. You.
He's a great teammate.
Almost reminded me a little bit of when Kawhi Leonard and the Raptors won the NBA Finals, because earlier in that year, I mean, you could not open social media without seeing him getting just memed to death with the whole ridiculous laugh that he did all those years ago. And then he doubled down on it at the parade. He kind of did a little bit of a self-deprecation thing at the parade once they won, and he thought it would be fun to kind of acknowledge it and get people ignited about it, which he did, and people thought it was hilarious. It wasn't quite that Ernest Jones did, but it was in a similar way of what happened after the Rams game and the quote that he dropped, and it went everywhere. And then once they won, he's like, yeah, let's double down on it again.
I love it. I think he seems like the kind of guy that you want to have your back, but I know that I did see some people there's kids in the crowd, but, I mean, It's also a day for these guys to kind of let loose and have some drinks and have some fun. So, but I don't know, earmuffs.
I think
It'll
they'll
be okay.
I think they'll be all right.
Well, we'll hear a lot more of that sound throughout the day as we go through it in Need to Know. And I know there was something specific from John Schneider that was pretty touching that Brock wants to go over a little bit later. So we'll have plenty more of that coming. But I did want to touch on this sound that I heard from Kurt Warner on Rich Eisen's show yesterday, just talking about how sustainable this is for the Seahawks moving forward.
I do think it's sustainable, and because I do think they have a lot of young pieces. I will say this is that I think they have to get better if they're going to be a dynasty, in my opinion. I don't know. I felt they were, a great team, on both sides of the ball the entirety of the year. I thought they were a good offense, not a great offense. I thought they were a really good defense or a great defense. But I do think it's sustainable when you look at the pieces and the fact that they don't have a bunch of household names, a bunch of guys that you go out and say, oh my gosh, that's a guy that's going to demand, huge money in free agency and all of that. I'm not sure they have those guys. And I think that was the beauty of this team.
At first blush, I thought he was a little more lukewarm on it than I expected, but I have to say, I think he's right. The defense to me clearly looks sustainable. I think with Mike McDonald as the play caller, they seem to know what kind of guys they need. They have depth. They have a lot of those guys locked up. But I do think he's right. I think there's room for the offense definitely figured some things out at the end of the year, but it wasn't consistent all the way throughout. They are going to have some questions as far as, not having their offensive coordinator now. I see why they want to hire in-house to try to keep some continuity, and hopefully that works out. But, they also have to figure out Ken Walker. They have to get a new deal done with him, hopefully, or they have to find someone else because Charbonnet, I think we've already heard, is not going to be ready at the beginning of the season. We heard Daniel Jeremiah tell us earlier this week that Rashid Shaheed staying here is probably a long shot because he's going to have some offers. So, they have some work to do to get that offense, hopefully, so that it doesn't take as long throughout the season to find that continuity. But I do think Sam Darnold figured something out at the end there and overcame any demons he might have had with turnovers. And to me, that is the most important part. You've got that defense. You have McDonald and Schneider, who clearly know what they're doing. And they're aggressive about it. Going and getting Rashid Shaheed at the trade deadline was a huge move. So I have no doubts that this is sustainable.
Do you think there's a certain spot they're going to get really aggressive with? And in terms of getting better, they're targeting to get better at come this offseason?
That's a good question. I would think, even though the offensive line was much improved and especially came together at its best towards the end of the year, I would still think that they're probably looking to upgrade at Anthony Bradford.
At right guard, yeah.
Spot, yeah. Is that what you were going with?
Yeah, yeah, it was.
But that's kind of, if that's your biggest hole to fill this offseason, your biggest problem that you think you have, obviously there's some contract decisions to be made. I think you're in a pretty good spot, and I think that is a sustainable team moving forward.
And if you don't bring Shaheed back, you may need another receiver because as much as Salk hates the idea of paying wide receivers, you need pass catchers.
Yeah.
You need some. And
well,
not that this
Torrey
team.
Horton's going to come back and be a contributor, but he does have an injury history, so I don't know that you can fully bank on that.
Sure. And look, AJ Barner was great, and that tight end room was really, really productive. But you just can't have one pass catcher on a team in JSN. You need a list of guys. You saw how much that offense changed for the better when they got Rashid Shaheed. So if you lose them, you probably have to find some way, one way or another, to replace him.
Well, and it was incredible the way that Cooper Kupp stepped up in the Super Bowl, but, he is getting older. It did sound like between him and Leonard Williams, we got some confirmations that they're expecting to be back this coming season. But yeah, I'm with you. I think that's an area that they can upgrade as well. But you do have some confidence that that's something they can target in the draft even.
Yeah, for sure. And maybe corners one more spot if Reek Willen goes somewhere else, but they'll be prepared. I think if there's anything we've learned about Schneider and McDonald is they'll have a plan. Whether these guys all come back or they lose some of them, there's going to be some contingency plan to fill those spots.
Yeah, they have a clear vision and they know where to find the guys that they need to complete that. And that, to me, is sustainability.
For sure. Whether it's the draft or free agency or both. Like, for example, I think this draft is pretty loaded with corners, so that could be a spot.
All right, you are listening to the Brock and Salk Show on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app. Coming up next, we'll have more from that Seahawks parade from you, a kind of update on the NBA to Seattle, and we'll hear from the newest Mariner. That's coming up next on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
It's why we bake in the sun, out on the berm every summer at training camp. It's why we scream till it hurts. Come fall and winter.
Listen to the 12th man.
It's why we're 12s.
And the party begins. The Seahawks win Super Bowl 60.
Soak it in.
They lived up to the dark side today. It's going to go down in the history books.
We are the home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. Hey everyone, Rick Witters, owner of Cressy Door. At Cressy Door, we offer top-of-the-line garage doors, garage door service, and garage door repairs. From everyone here at Cressy Door, congratulations to the Hawks for winning the big game.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
Do you get sinus infections, congestion, sinus pressure and pain, sinus headaches? You've gone to the doctor. You visit urgent care over and over again. And it's always the same thing, right? Oh, I know. Let's try antibiotics and some nasal sprays. But they just keep coming back. You may suffer with chronic sinus infections. The good news? Relief is possible. How? A minimally invasive procedure called the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic. Imagine a procedure so delicate there are no narcotics. Less cutting means less bleeding, so no packing, and no operating room. The Sinusoft procedure is designed for the clinic. If you suffer with chronic sinus infections, facial pain, pressure, and congestion, find out if the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic, is the solution for you. Call and set an appointment today. 206-388-2770. 206-388-2770. That's 206-388-2770.
Celebrate your Seattle Mariners with a trip to Arizona this spring. Come to sunny and warm Peoria to see the AL West champions get started on another great season. It's family fun for fans of all ages. Book your trip today. Get tickets at PeoriaBaseball.com.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a time out to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They're not just window and door experts. They're experts at taking care of you and your home. At Pella, they find the products that meet your needs and their experts install them. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Discover why Pella is a trusted choice for homeowners everywhere. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. That's Pella.com/Eisen.
Home of your Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks.
They are bringing the Lombardi back to the Northwest.
Seattle Sports.
It's game time, and Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota Renton are lining up with a roster that's built to dominate the field. The gas-powered RAV4, built to power through every drive, rain or shine. Or switch up the play with the hybrid RAV4, versatile, efficient, and always moving the chains. The Tacoma, tough, dependable, and clutch when it counts. And now, taking the field, the all-new 2026 Toyota Tundra, redesigned, powerful, and built for the big moments. Whether you're in the north or the south, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have your winning ride. Visit toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
Did you know in Washington State, you can see a physical therapist without a referral from your doctor? That's right. Thanks to Direct Access, you can skip the wait and get the care you need right away. Shannon O'Kelly, how has Direct Access changed the game?
Direct Access for us, Brock, is a game changer. Why? Is because there is so much research and data out there that says if you get in early when you have a musculoskeletal problem or an injury, the earlier you get in and we can start care, the better outcomes and the decreased downstream cost, okay? So it's so important. Our providers are all doctors of physical therapy. They're all trained to identify situations and problems. They've got the skill, they've got the talent, they've got the knowledge. If you get in and start therapy early, we're going to get you back to activity, pain-free, and moving and having fun.
Fast, easy, effective. Direct Access is your path to better movement, starting with a single step. Visit irgpt.com to schedule your appointment today. irgpt.com.
It's game time, and Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota Renton are lining up with a roster that's built to dominate the field. The gas-powered RAV4, built to power through every drive, rain or shine. Or switch up the play with the hybrid RAV4, versatile, efficient, and always moving the chains. The Tacoma, tough, dependable, and clutch when it counts. And now, taking the field, the all-new 2026 Toyota Tundra, redesigned, powerful, and built for the big moments. Whether you're in the north or the south, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have your winning ride. Visit toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
An estimated 1 million fans packed the streets of Seattle yesterday for the Seahawks parade, to the point that the 2-mile route had to be extended, according to King 5, who was doing the TV coverage. The team that's been pretty quiet and low-key all season let loose and had a ton of fun with their fans. No one, I think, more than maybe A.J. Barner. he looked a little bit like a cowboy version of Joe Namath. His cowboy hat, a fur coat. And this was him hyping up the crowd.
First of all, I just got to say, I love this city. Hey, and I got a few things for y'all. First, we did not care. Second, we still don't care. One more. Third, the Super Bowl Hawks live here. God bless. Go Seahawks. We love you, Seattle.
I kind of love that what Mike McDonald told us in his interview after that game was like an awkward moment for him where he didn't exactly know what he was doing, and whether the sound was sped up or not because of the echo in the stadium has turned into like a rallying cry for the entire team. We didn't care.
For everybody. I mean, I've seen shirts about it. It's his thing now. It's very cool. I mean, and Barner was doing the whole I saw him doing the barn stomp during the parade too.
Oh, yeah.
All of it. He was, all of them were, but
The life of the party.
a bunch of those guys.
We also heard, like we mentioned earlier, from Sam Darnold, who was very thankful for those who supported him this season.
Yeah, 12s! And I just want to say I've talked a lot this last week about belief. A lot of people, didn't believe in me, but it didn't matter because the ones that are close believed in me, including y'all. I appreciate y'all so much. That short list also includes Jody Allen, John Schneider, Mike McDonald, man. I appreciate the belief y'all had in me for signing me this past year. And last but certainly not least, these players, man, for believing in me. I wouldn't be here without these guys.
We believe, Sam. We believe.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Well, we got to hear a little bit from the newest Mariner yesterday, and in midst of all the parade news, Mariners are down at Peoria. Most of those guys, or at least all the pitchers, have basically reported. And the new guy in town, Brendan Donovan, was taking swings in the cage and was out on the field as he gets ready for his new journey as a Seattle Mariner. And he did talk to the media yesterday. And for a guy that is just revered as a fan favorite and ultimate clubhouse guy, you got to hear a little bit from him yesterday afternoon.
You know, I think the thing about me is like I believe in preparation. Like I try to be the most prepared player on the field. I think that may come with just kind of being able to play kind of all over the field, kind of be the most prepared. And I play really hard. I think that's something that, you know, your effort, your mentality, all that, those are things that you can control in this crazy game. So that's something that I just try to play like my hair is on fire. And that's something that I think makes the game more fun too.
Sounds like he and Josh Naylor are going to get along just fine.
Soft-spoken?
Yeah, and just that mentality.
Sure. I mean, he's certainly saying all the right things, and he is known for being that type of player, just an absolute grinder, which is great. I don't know if he's quite as fearsome as Josh Naylor. I don't know if anybody can be.
True.
But, yeah, I mean, I think this guy's going to hit at the top of the lineup, be really productive, and a guy that this fan base really comes to love.
Totally agree. And we've only heard amazing things about him from all of the analysts and fans and everyone in St. Louis.
I can't wait to hear more from him as spring training goes on, because that was his first chance to talk to people. I'm sure as time goes on, you'll get to hear more from him. And, yeah, honestly, I can't wait to learn a little bit more about him, like Salk talked about, because I've watched him play to some extent. It's not like I sat and watched every Cardinals game for 162 over his career, but I think as we get to watch him throughout a full season and a full couple seasons, he's going to be a guy that people really like.
Well, we're going to get to do that in person here in a couple of weeks. Spring training coming so quickly.
Yeah, like a week and a half. Crazy.
For us, at least. I mean, I know they're already getting underway.
Right.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Seattle's sports host and Seahawks radio pre- and post-game host Michael Bumpus and Seahawks radio network analyst Paul Moyer will be inducted into the Pacific Northwest Football's Hall of Fame later today at Husky Stadium. They're a part of a 6-member 2026 class that includes former Seahawks defensive lineman Jeff Bryant and Joe Nash, former Huskies quarterback Hugh Millen, and former pro and college head coach Don Coryell. I'm going to go to this tonight to help support Bump, and I'm really excited to be there. He's very deserving, and yeah, I can't imagine how he is still going. I left Super Bowl week on Friday. We were there for Radio Row and then left. He stayed, to do the game broadcast. I think he did his show from there still on Monday. Came out here. He was in the parade yesterday, and now he's being honored at the Pacific Northwest Hall of Fame today. Definitely a whirlwind week for him, along with the Seahawks.
Well, shout out to Bump, first and foremost.
Yes.
But also, maybe he'll sleep for like 20 hours this weekend.
I would. It's a 3-day weekend for us. So if I were him, that's what I would do.
Yeah.
But we'll see. He probably has more stuff on the horizon. Busy man. Very deserving of the honor, and I'm excited to be there tonight to support him and Paul Moyer, who we also love on this station. And then I had one more note here on ESPN's Brian Windhorst gave his latest estimate for the NBA to Seattle, but I can't say that it was very encouraging.
What I suspect is later this year, the NBA will announce that they are going to form a committee to study expansion, which is going to be an action.
Okay.
Which is code for we're going to expand. But they're not going to say it, but they're going to expand. But there's some arena situations that have to be settled first. So right now, there's an arena situation in Portland that is bubbling. Mm-hmm. There's a couple other arena situations I won't get into. But typically, you want to leave, even though I don't think the NBA will relocate, you want to make sure all of your arena situations are settled before you then expand. But then I do think that's where we're headed. Mm-hmm. But again, it'll be a process. You won't see the Sonics back in 2027. It could be a few years, but I think that's where we are headed.
A few more years? This is the longest process. I feel like we're all to the point now where we're like, don't tell us until it's here. This is exhausting.
When I see pen to paper, Sonics are coming back to Seattle, I'll believe it. But I've stopped giving in to all these reports because I just get my hopes up and then it's let down.
Yeah, it's disheartening. So I hope that they actually are going to have some movement this summer, but it sounds like even once that happens, it's going to be a bit of a wait. I guess we'll at least just be happy with the thought that it will be here at some point. But unfortunately, I didn't have a very optimistic news about it coming soon there for you. That's everything you need to know. Coming up next, we had a really great conversation with Joel Klatt yesterday. He thinks the NFL might make some changes based on what happened in this Super Bowl. We'll let you take a listen to that next. You're listening to the Brock and Salk Show on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Seahawks head coach Mike Macdonald's first interview since winning the Super Bowl. Only on the Mike Macdonald Show with Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Kimmel last night. Yeah, I was very surprised. Jimmy's like so gracious, treated my family great. Just everybody was just awesome. Even they got me that shirt. Like I didn't have a shirt. Costume people, they had like a rack of clothes and like nothing fit because I'm like weird with the shapes. So they had to like bring me another shirt because like I would have looked like a fat guy in a little shirt.
Get the full conversation now on the Seattle Sports app.
Here's what you can look forward to when you get your windows replaced. The whole house being way warmer and a lot quieter. Dave Wyman here, and when we had finally had it with our old windows with broken seals, we called Harley Exteriors. They were incredibly friendly, professional, and absolutely knew their stuff. Harley Exteriors windows are a massive upgrade. They keep heat in and noise out. Plus, they're truly gorgeous windows. I said, you guys must use a different type of glass, and sure enough, it's their Olympic series, which is manufactured here in the Pacific Northwest and exclusive to Harley Exteriors. Harley Exteriors has a special offer for Seattle sports fans. Buy one window and get the second 40% off. No payments or interest until 2027, and take an additional $200 off your project. Call 833-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com. Schedule your free consultation today. That's harleyexteriors.com.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
When you buy a new vehicle from Lee Johnson, you'll get a lifetime powertrain warranty included.
Good Dog Auto Glass.
When the stakes are high, you want the best on your team. When your windshield breaks, don't settle for your insurance company's fix that's just safe enough. Trust Good Dog Auto Glass, where the quality isn't light. We do all the things the little guys don't, and we do all the things the big guy does.
We answer the phone when you call, we work for you, and we will walk you through the insurance process. Visit GoodDogAutoGlass.com, Puget Sound's most trusted auto glass company, and get more bang for your bark.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text HAWK to 321-321 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text HAWK to 321-321. That's HAWK to 321-321.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Who did it best in 2025? Vote now for the Sports Stars and Story of the Year at seattlesports.org and help choose the winners of the 91st Annual Sports Star of the Year Awards, presented by Microsoft. From collegiate champions to the standouts across our professional teams, make your choice and come celebrate Washington's biggest night out for sports on March 13th. Vote now and get tickets at seattlesports.org. We'll see you there.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Ooh, that face. Quantum fiber internet loves that face.
That's Jamila.
Hey, Jamila.
She's thinking outside the box from inside the box.
Quantum fiber Wi-Fi keeps her meeting game strong. From the back door to the front lawn.
Rushing all of her video calls. Back to back to back video calls.
Quantum fiber internet blowing the
quantumfiber.com. Additional pods may be needed to achieve Wi-Fi coverage in some locations. Limited availability. Service in select locations only.
For those diagnosed with anxiety, depression, or PTSD, Northwest Ketamine Clinics wants you to know hope exists. A recent patient, Evan, details his experience.
Every day was a struggle. I was constantly throughout my life researching what are new ways, are there any breakthroughs for depression, anxiety, these things. And at some point I started to read a few things about ketamine. I probably read every single thing on the website multiple times.
Northwest Ketamine Clinics defines success as a reduction in symptoms by 50% or more. Over a 3-week period, 86% of their patients are successful.
When I arrived at the clinic, it was just a beautiful, peaceful, quiet place. As I saw that healing and growth could take place, and as I put the energy into it, I just saw so many things change in my life.
Welcome to the Pacific Northwest's most experienced ketamine center. Book a free phone or video consult at nwketamineclinics.com. Healing starts here.
Seattle fans, your team has made football history and are back on top. Celebrate their big win and keep the memories of their amazing season alive with this limited edition full-size championship football for just $129.95. But act fast because only 5,000 will ever be made. To order, call 800-345-2868. That's 800-345-2868. Or visit NICOsports.com. That's NIKCO sports.com. Don't get left out as these will sell out.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, I think Joel Klatt's going to be with us here in just a couple of moments. 5 minutes? 5 minutes we will have Joel Klatt. Now, 7:30 was not doable, I guess. 7:35 for our final conversation with Joel this year. It has been cool. Talking to Joel, talking to Daniel Jeremiah throughout this year, talking to Mike McDonald. I really do feel like I learned a lot talking to Mike. I enjoyed the conversations, especially about these tenets, principles, whatever word you want to use. He appreciated that we didn't go with slogans also. Did you notice that yesterday? And I was like, I don't want to say slogans. He's like, yeah, thanks. Been down that road before with Pete. But I really do feel like I learned a lot about it. And you and I talked to him a little bit more afterwards, and him talking about how Michael Gervais really helped them go through and really narrow down their focus of what they wanted to be. I mean, it's funny. Sports and business can be very different, very, very different because of the product and because of the people and because of the competition element of it. Mm-hmm. But trying to really, like, the best organizations – they really do know who they are. Yep. And I know people get sick of you and I using this word because we probably talk about it ad nauseum, but it's so true. You gotta know your identity. Mm-hmm. You have to know what you want your identity to be and then build everything towards that.
Yeah, and I think both John and Mike would tell you, and John did this a couple weeks ago on the show, and when he had his press conference after Executive of the Year, and said, one of the things we did was really narrow in our scope of players. Mm-hmm. We had too many. Right, and thought, well, if we're going to lose this guy and we're going to lose that guy, and if this thing goes this way, we got to pivot that way. We got to have this big, and it just became too voluminous. Like, well, those weren't really all Seahawks, and so you kind of narrow the scope, you narrow the vision. And I think in talking to Mike, not to give away trade secrets, but I think it was somewhat similar. That a Michael Gervais really helped them come in and say, okay, what are your very core principles, your core traits, the things that you really want to bring to life? And, let's narrow this thing so we have a vision that everybody can buy into, right? We sat at a lunch, and I think the hardest thing.
And then simplify it.
I think the hardest question we've ever been asked when we started our show, and we got going, and we were working kind of with an outside consultant, and he was like, so what's your show? What do you mean? It's the Brock and Salk show.
Right.
No.
We talk about sports.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
No, like, what's your show? Try to answer that question. I've used that probably 10 or 15 different times, Salk, with people either in media or work or leadership or administration. Like, well, what's your job? What can you say it in a sentence or two? Mm-hmm. Or are you just going to, like, jibber jabber? And, well, we have good guests, and we like to have fun. We like to make fun of Lyle, and, Mara's the sound hound. No. Like, those are all components of it, but, like, what is your show? Well, can you not tell me in one sentence what your identity is? And I think very clearly, and what is most remarkable And again, why it just kind of keeps hitting me like right in the face. Like they did this in like 10 months. I know it's been 2 years for Mike, and I know it's been nearly 2 decades for John, but this group of like Ernest really leading and Sam and Coop and DeMarcus, like they haven't even been here a full calendar year. Seriously. And they're world champions. It's pretty darn remarkable.
Well, and that doesn't work unless you really know what you want to be.
That's exactly right. Yep.
You know, you guys kind of give me grief about this too, but I will often say, tell me what you want to do and then go act that way. It drives me nuts when organizations say they want to do one thing and then do something else. Well, we really want to run the ball. Cool. All right. Let's go run the ball. Yeah, we're going to call 5 pass plays to start every game, and we're going to spend big money on a wide receiver and a tight end that mostly catches the ball. Well, now you're not doing what you say you want to do.
Mm-hmm.
Just say what you want to do and do it. You're not living up to that identity that you've put on a wall in a mission statement and said, this is the type of team we want to be. And that's just one example of many. I mean, you could go, and I don't mean to make it team specific. Hey, we want to be a athletic baseball team. Okay. Oh, I used the one the other day. I'll say it again, like the D. Gordon one from the past, and they've gotten so much better about this. I don't mean to make it a black mark on their resume or anything, but like, hey, we want to control the zone. Okay. Well, we're also going to spend a bunch of resources to bring in D. Gordon. Well, he doesn't control the zone. Yeah, but we're going to teach him. Okay. Like, it didn't work.
Nope.
And kudos to Jerry and the rest of his group. They learned from that one, I think, quite a bit. And I think one of the reasons they've had so much success in the last few years, they know what they want. They know the type of guy they want. They know the type of player they want. They know what's important to them. In the next couple of weeks, we're going to end up talking a lot about baseball, right? As football starts to fade away here after
we'll see.
Not saying there's no football to be discussed.
We'll see. There's combine, coaching changes.
But we're going to spring training in a couple of weeks. You got a team that's coming off an ALCS appearance with a legitimate chance to go win the World Series this year.
And we're just going to fall in love. We just fall in love.
Well, but we're going to spend a lot of time talking about how.
Yep.
A lot of time talking about why and what their mission statement is and how they are trying to walk what I think is a very interesting fine line between the Dodgers on one end, who are spending a gazillion dollars, and you're not going to compete with that. The Rays on the other end, who are spending no money and churning through it, and you don't really want to go down that road. So what do? You got to find your own path through the middle, and I think they've done a very nice job with that.
You know what's funny, too, is the Mariners are going to feel a little bit like the Seahawks did from a number of years ago. We'll get to that conversation in a second. Joel Klatt for the finale today. This is going to be it. Yesterday was the last Daniel Jeremiah show. Yesterday was the last Mike McDonald show. And at least for this, I don't know, Joel, what's it been, 20-something week run, 24? This will be the last time we get you for a while. How are you, pal?
Great. I'm great. I love that you wore the sweater again.
Got to.
Congratulations, guys. How exciting.
It's unbelievable.
How exciting.
It's like, you know, I got really wide-spaced eyes, Joel, and so when things hit me, man, they hit me hard, right between my eyes. This one, Salk and I have said, and all my buddies, I had, some time with a pal of mine yesterday, diehard fan. It's like, this just like hit us. Like they did this.
Sneaked up on us a little bit.
Yeah, they did it.
You know, this isn't like a slow build. This isn't like the Mariners, honestly. When we go to spring training in a week and a half, like the Mariners feel like the Seahawks did in 10, 11, 12, 13. They built to that, right? They had a divisional loss in 12, and it fueled 13. It feels like an ALCS loss is going to fuel that. This is like totally different, man. Like we're here. There's gonna be a million people to pray today.
I'm really happy for Seattle. I'm a huge fan of Mike McDonald. I know we didn't get into that a lot this year in our conversations, but I know it was only 1 year. But I did a ton of Michigan games in that 21 season, and that culminated in them finally beating Ohio State. Mike was a big part of that, like a huge part of that. And I loved our conversations about defensive philosophy, what he wanted to be in the future when he would eventually be a head coach. Now, I thought it was going to be in college. I always think like, oh, these guys love college. I love college, but so the conversation I had once he left for Baltimore and went back to the NFL, I remember talking to him. I was like, dang, man, I was hoping, we would get you in college football for another year or two. And he was like, yeah, I was on an airplane flying to recruit a kid. And I was like, this sucks. And I was like, yeah, I'm like, that's it. That's it. But I'm very happy for him. And you're right, Brock, to your point about It wasn't a slow build, you know. It was a pretty fast turnaround. I mean, the guy, Sam Darnold, this is his first year in the uniform, and I'm happy for him after everything. You know, again, covered him. You and I covered him at USC. Great kid.
Yeah.
Just a great kid. And if this is not the biggest indictment of the draft process, I don't know what is. Because we continually go into this era. So I did a mock draft, you know, and now I'm starting in on the draft. And guys, like, the draft becomes so definitive. And it's so stupid. Because it's all about fit. You know? I mean, like, Sam Darnold just won the Super Bowl. And 4 years ago, people are running him out of the league because he can't work out with the Jets. It's like, well, the Jets suck. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, I would say it's not just fit, although it is fit, but also development and organizational health. Like, all of those things are going to matter. I think one thing
Cleveland
we're learning
is going through that. You got Baker succeeding in Tampa. And like, we continue to see this. And Seattle is one of those places where you can go and win because the organization is sound.
That was one of the takeaways we had earlier today. We're kind of going through what the league will learn from Seattle winning this championship. And one of them was you can't just draft a quarterback into an awful organization and expect him to be a savior within a couple of years. It just doesn't work that way.
Well,
but what else is on the list?
Let me pose you guys a question. Hold on. Yeah, time out. Right, I'm going to sit in that vein.
Audible.
I just want to sit in that vein. Because I think you bring up a good point, and this is one of the rare shows where, like, I can bring up an idea and you guys, like, we can have a really good conversation about it.
That's why we were top 30 sports podcast in the country, by the way.
No doubt.
Just want to let you know.
No doubt. I mean, just behind. Just behind
Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Yeah, we're right around Dale.
Oh, that one. Yeah, there you go.
That one.
Wow, there it is.
Yeah. So go on.
Sorry, that was rude. Salk.
That's fine.
This is my fault. I was braggadocious. Go ahead. I interrupted
Did the
you.
league?
Yes.
Did the league like what happened Sunday, or does the league sit there? Let's throw it out. Let's put it on the table here. Does the league sit there and say we cannot have a team get to the Super Bowl and look that bad? We cannot have 100 million people watching our product and all they're talking about is the halftime show. We cannot have Mahomes and Allen and Herbert and Jackson and Burrow not in this game. And does that spur them? Like, if I started talking with some buddies on a text chain, and I'm like, is the first conversation in the league office how they redo the salary cap to take away a portion of the NFL quarterback, the NFL salary away from the salary cap?
I love that, Joel. It's so funny. For two people that disagree often here on the show, you and I actually think very similarly at times. Yeah. I've been having some of those very same thoughts about the salary cap. I didn't think necessarily about how the league feels, but this idea of, because the first thing I said about Sam is, hey, this is great, but if you want to start dealing with rankings and where do you put him? Okay, maybe he's top 5, top 8, but you want to pay him that way? Because the moment you do, now you're asking him to do more.
Roster.
That's right.
That's exactly right.
And I think that hurts.
Exactly right.
So the NFL has to come up with a way to allow the quarterbacks to get paid the way they need to be without necessarily ruining the build of the team. Here's what
right. It's like a bird exception version in the NFL.
That's right.
It's like the quarterback exception. It's like, what percentage of the quarterback salary are we not allocating to the cap? Or is there just a totally new, like, we just pull the quarterbacks totally out of the salary cap?
But here's the old,
and we say, like, all right, we'll do something different over there. We're going to tier those quarterbacks, and you can get a slated contract as a quarterback based on what you do in the league. But then that's aside from the 52-man roster salary cap.
The NFL for years built their marketing around the league, the team, the idea that everybody could win every year, whereas the NBA really marketed towards the single star, right? That's the concern I have. Like, as much as I agree with this idea of like, hey, the NFL can't be happy that all of their biggest stars were home, they also really got to be careful of not turning into the NBA where I think local fans in 28 cities a year are like, yeah, whatever. Lame. Who cares?
Did you enjoy the football?
Disagree.
Did you enjoy? Did you enjoy?
I really loved the defense. I thought Drake played terrible.
Yeah.
Like there were things there.
But he was just.
You know what I like?
Shook.
Do you know what I like more, Brock?
Huh.
I like watching Stafford play against that defense because now I know I've got a lead ones on ones. You know what I mean?
Good on good.
Like now we're going ones on ones, baby.
But you saw it. I mean, you saw it 2 weeks ago. I mean, like the NFL does have to look at it and say it's not like if they weren't in the Super Bowl, but they were in the NFC Championship game. Maybe put the Seahawks back in the AFC. I mean, like there wasn't. There were still some other teams.
It's not about taking anything away from the Seahawks Super Bowl. It's just that you can't have that product.
Correct.
And maybe it was just the Knicks injury or what happened on the AFC side, the Mahomes injury and so on and so forth. Maybe Josh Allen can't miss the throw to the tight end. I forget which
Joel,
tight end.
So Joel, you think in some vein, in some world, the folks in Park Avenue, the folks at NBC, the folks that we know, right, in the whole broadcast world, are like, oh gosh, this is tough. Like we do sometimes during breaks in the UFL, where we're like, oh, this is a tough product. This is like this is a hard watch right now. Like, this is difficult now. I would say there was so much other, like the defense for Seattle is real. The guy you talk about, Mike, just took them apart. Like, he did. And Drake, while he struggled in the playoffs, didn't ever look that bad. I mean, he was so sped up, Joel. And I don't know, have you ever been there? I certainly was a quarterback. Played in Nebraska.
Absolutely.
Played in Nebraska, and the game was so fast. And I remember, like, after a series, like, okay, eventually it's going to slow down. Like, no, the
Brock,
next series was so fast.
The number one Oklahoma team in 2003 with Dvorak and Tommy Harris and Teddy Lehman and those guys. Anthony Perkins was out there. He's the Thorpe Award winner. Felt like there were 80 million defenders on the field.
Yes.
We were running 3-jet protection for the first, 3-jet for the first time. We normally ran 2-jet, which was a weak slide, strong on the man side.
Yeah.
And we decided to institute 3-jet that week. And so we're gonna strong slide and go man on the weak side of our offensive line. Our weak guard was a true freshman. He was at prom 8 months ago. And guess who the 3 technique was? He's going man against Tommy Harris. Tommy Harris put his arm down into the ground, and I look at it. It looks like a horse. It looks like a Clydesdale stepped on his arm. That's what his tricep looked like. So, and he threw our guard down so fast. He threw him down to the ground. Just chucked him down to the ground like this, right? And he's staring at me, and he threw him down so fast, Brock, he thought it was a screen because we locked eyes, and I have the ball in the pocket like this, and he looks at me, and I'm just like, ah! And I just like threw it to the back.
Yes. Yeah.
He thought it was a screen.
Well, the first time
have I ever been sped up?
What do you think?
My goodness.
What do you think Drake felt the first time Spoon came like a Scud missile, right? And all of it, you could see it. And Collinsworth said it like, whoa. All these QBs do these drills now, Joel, right? Where it's just quick feet, choppy feet, right? And all of a sudden Drake went, whoa!
Yeah.
Like
he was out of there.
5 feet in the pocket. And from that moment, it was like, got him.
Game was over at that point.
It was over pretty quick.
I said it to some folks. I was like, this is. And granted, they put together a series here, and he made a couple of nice throws. I hope he recovers from this.
Yeah.
Will Campbell was totally overmatched.
Yep.
Totally overmatched.
Yep.
Colin Cowherd. I was talking to Colin, and he was like, Will Campbell, SEC, all the guys from the Big Ten, they were the ones dominating in that game. And I was like, easy.
So where does this put next year? Can we do this again next year? Do you want to be a part of this next year? Do you want to do that, or is this too much work, too labor? So what do you think? What do you think? We'll talk about it afterwards.
I think we can do it
next year.
I enjoyed this a lot. I didn't like.
Why are you chuckling?
Why are you
I don't know where it's about to go. I wasn't consulted in this conversation.
Brock is asking me back. I don't. What do you think about
parts
this?
I enjoyed. I don't know if I enjoyed all of it. I mean,
the first one was a little much.
There were positive moments.
Salk, would it offend you if I may have gotten a text that was like, "Hey, that was a little much."
No, it would not offend me at all.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if and when we get a chance to, run it back, unlike these NFL teams that lose 30% of their roster a year, if and when we get a chance to run it back, what's going to be the Sam Darnold conversation going into week 1 next year? This dude is...
I think we're going to have the Joe Flacco 2.0. Is he elite or was it the roster? I think that's going to be the debate. I think it's going to be the entire debate this week. You're already seeing that on some of these debate style shows of like, is Darnold a top 5 quarterback? That's just another version of the old Flacco. Is Flacco an elite quarterback? It was the same with Eli. It went from Eli to Flacco, and now it's Darnold's turn in that mold.
Does it matter?
That's what I think.
Does it matter if they don't have to pay him? I mean, if they had to pay him, then there's a big conversation.
This is a great point, and that's right back to
so brilliant, Salk.
You and I
so smart.
God, I really am.
Way to go!
I'm
you
so
really
smart.
are.
Yes.
Gosh.
It doesn't matter unless you have to pay him.
20 episodes in, and you did
finally.
it.
Yes. I've been waiting for my moment.
I'm kidding.
Yes.
It goes back to the point that you astutely made earlier that I led you to. It's like a horse. I led the horse to the water.
Thank you.
That's fine. And can you win a Super Bowl with Sam Darnold if you have to pay him like a top 5 quarterback?
A lot harder.
Then the conversation is different.
Yep.
I think the answer
is no. If you don't have to pay him like that, watch out.
And they don't have to pay him like that for at least 2 years.
Yep.
So, I mean, like they've got him under contract for a couple of years. And then the question becomes, does Sam think he needs to be paid like a top 5 quarterback? And if he does, then you got to have a really hard conversation. And by the way, you got to have a lot of hard conversations. And I hope they learn from the fact that they moved on from Geno. They moved on from DK. You're going to have a hard conversation about Ken Walker and about Kobe Bryant and about Boye Mafe. And there's another group of people coming down the road next year with JSN and Witherspoon. And you're going to have hard conversations about all of them because you can't keep everybody.
Yep.
Does he want to be? Now, I know Tom Brady was paid a lot of money, but he was never paid top money.
Right.
Nope.
Always took a discount.
Yep.
And that's the reason why I would make a strong argument. That's the reason the league and the Patriots flourished. It's because he was constantly in the game, 10 Super Bowls, 10. Wild.
Yeah.
The reason is because he never took the top salary.
But Bill also traded Richard Seymour and traded,
I don't even bring up. Listen, Bill should have been a first ballot Hall of Famer, but he didn't do anything without Brady.
I'm not saying he didn't. Yep. Of course. But the Brady taking less money also works in conjunction with Bill saying, I'm not going to bring Richard Seymour back, even though he's a good player, because I don't like where it's going. Or Ty Law.
Or Ty Law, Rodney Harrison, eventually.
The list
he
goes
had
on
the
and
difficult conversations that you were just talking about, right?
Yes.
Like it leads to difficult conversations. And Bill was very good at that. There's no doubt. Like I said, he should have been a first. That was a joke.
Ridiculous.
What is Mike McDonald?
Totally.
Last couple minutes here, Joel. We sat with Mike yesterday. It was awesome. He's just to watch him from like show 1 to whatever we are, show 40 or whatever, at different times around him. What is Mike McDonald going to be in 5 or 10 years? Can you picture him in like 5 or 10 years? Because I look back like when we started at this thing. You look at a lot of young coaches. You know how coaching kind of like presidency ages. Like, what is Mike McDonald going to look like in 5 to 10 years?
A defensive version of Sean McVay.
Yeah. Yep.
So with a whole coaching tree and all of that.
Yeah, it's hard because he's already in the middle of a coaching tree. So for instance, he is like the Andy Reid of, like Andy is in the middle of a coaching tree of the Bill Walsh tree, right? Well, that's where Mike fits in this Harbaugh orbit.
Yep. It'll be interesting, Joel. Like if you bring up McVay, you know what McVay's continuing to do? That coordinator's head coach, he's got 4 of them. Head coach, but he continued to call the plays. Mike McDonald was the first in Super Bowl history to actively taking apart that team, that scheme, that coordinator as a play caller. Can he keep doing that? I sure hope he does. I hope he never gives up.
I think you can do that. I think you can do that in the NFL. He just did it. Why can't he? And he did it as what is he, 38? Like,
Yes.
of course he can.
Yes.
Of course he can keep doing it. And that allows for more staying power.
Yep.
That allows for. That's what was. That's why Kyle Shanahan is so good every single year. That's why Sean Payton is so good every single year. Is because they don't have to relinquish their superpower. Their superpower is game plan and then actively calling it on game day.
Yep.
Whereas in college, the structure of college football takes that away from coaches. You can't do that because of all the other nonsense that you've got to be CEO over. Well, you don't have all of those ancillary things in the NFL, so you can retain your superpower, and he will.
All right, that was Joel Klatt doing his last hit of this football season with us. We'll look forward to talking to him again next year and all the fun that he pokes at Salk, which I know all the listeners enjoy. So we have Brady Henderson and Brock Heward taking you the rest of the way through the show. We will be talking to Kaylee Hartung, who is a sideline reporter for the Super Bowl, at 9:30, and we'll also be talking to Ray Roberts from the Seahawks pre- and post-game show, who was in the parade yesterday at 7:30. Stay tuned. You're listening to the Brock and Salk Show on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Man, can Seattle and the 12s throw a party or what?
They're estimating around 1 million people at the parade today. 1 million fans.
We're the best in the world! You hear me?
Bump is out on the parade route right now. Bump, where are you?
Oh, no. I can't hear nothing you're saying right now. The vibes are real.
Home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well,
I'll take this one.
what? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
If you actually are the person that will take care of them after the fact, if you actually will be there for them, if you will pick up your phone, then they come back to you.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Hi, Chuck here at Frank Lumber the Door Store. As we turn the corner on a new year and start planning for home projects and better weather, now is the time to come in and see all we have to offer. Our bargain barn is loaded with great deals with many exterior and interior options. And if you need your order quicker, now is the time of year to take advantage of our pre-hung and popular matchup service. Come visit our showroom and bargain barn in Shoreline. And don't forget to check us out online at franklumber.com.
Hey everyone, Rick Witters, owner of Cressy Door. At Cressy Door, we offer top-of-the-line garage doors, garage door service, and garage door repairs. From everyone here at Cressy Door, congratulations to the Hawks for winning the big game.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Harvey's Auto Service reminds parents the fatal crash rate for teens peaks at age 19, and we lose nearly 8 kids every day. Make a family agreement to never drive under the influence of alcohol or drugs, text behind the wheel, or ride with anyone who is. Always designate a sober driver, call a parent or rideshare, and let's bring our children home safely. Best wishes to all our kids from the entire team at Harvey's Auto Service in Kirkland, giving every car the attention it deserves and proudly serving our community for nearly 10 years.
For 100 days, I'm going to cross the 7 continents because the answers to everything important are out there at the edges of our world. I'm stepping into the unknown. Where are we going? To see our planet as it's never been seen before. From pole to pole.
Pole to Pole with Will Smith from National Geographic. Now streaming on Disney Plus and Hulu.
Show me the way.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
They are bringing the Lombardis back to the Northwest.
This is the power of 12 is 1, man.
KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Get his freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to do you a minute.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello!
You know, there's some of those mornings you just wake up and you just know it's going to be a good day. Today is going to be a good day. Not because Salk is out and he's flying to the Rockies and he's got a hockey tournament and I'm going to get to meet his sister and I will instigate and I get to see Jane and Larry and I'll instigate. Not all of that. That's coming tomorrow. But for this day, I got the hitman. I got the other BH. I got Brady Henderson in the house. And Brady, for as much as we talked you through the season and as much time as we spent and as much as you were in when Salk was out and vice versa, I haven't talked to you, it feels like, in years because of everything that's gone down with the Super Bowl. You were sequestered in San Jose with the team. We were up in San Francisco. We never crossed paths there. Even the NFC title game, maybe we chatted briefly afterwards. But after all of this time spent on task together, we haven't really had a chance to connect. And now we get to do so after this team hoisted the Lombardi Trophy. And I don't know, man, partied like O'Day used to party in the early 2000s. That was quite a scene yesterday. How are you?
Yeah, it really was. And I was at the, I'm great, by the way. Thank you for having me. It's great to see you and be with you again. I was at the trophy celebration yesterday. I had planned on going to the parade afterwards and trying to, fight my way through the crowd and get some video and just take in that whole scene. I ended up having to do a little sports center at the stadium and write a news story. So I stayed and I just kind of followed along, and it was fun just catching up on the clips. And, those guys just kept their head down all season, focused on the mission. The saying, mission over BS, mob ties. And then that was a team that was finally able to let loose.
Yes, loose, but focused. And it was focus. And then, maybe the after party got a little loose, and then they got to sleep it off and got to come home. And then last night was very loose. Yesterday, I should say, all day, pretty darn loose. So we have all sorts of fun sound to react to. But before we have that fun, Ray Roberts going to join us. Kaylee Hartung from NBC. She's out in Italy, but she was embedded with the team for a week. She was the reporter on the sidelines for the Super Bowl, an old friend. She's going to join us much later in the show. Let me just start with kind of a quasi-serious question. And that is, of all of these years you've covered the team, to now cover them when they actually get to the mountaintop and plant the Seahawk flag as the very best in the NFL and are Super Bowl champs for the second time in a dozen years, getting to cover them the way you got to cover them this year from start to end, what did you learn about them?
I was really excited when you posed this question last night because there were so many different ways you can go with it. And there's a lot of things I learned, but probably the first thing that came to mind is the power of not having an ego, or at least checking your ego at the door. And this is something that, struck me. I mean, really, you talk to Mike McDonald every Monday. You spend a good 30 minutes plus with him. I talk to him in press conference settings, 3 times a week, off to the side every now and again, and it strikes me how little ego he has, and that just kind of crystallized for me again watching the trophy presentation at Levi Stadium when he gets introduced as the Super Bowl winning head coach, and he gets to hold the Lombardi Trophy, and the first thing he does is he looks behind him and he calls up Ken Walker III and Sam Darnold, like wanting to share that moment with his teammates. There's kind of another fun moment yesterday. I saw a clip of this after the fact where he's at Lewin Field for the trophy celebration yesterday, and he walks out of the tunnel. I want to say he was holding the Lombardi Trophy, and he's with his wife, but his wife kind of hangs back for a second, like wanting him to have that moment. And he says, no. He calls her back up, it's just a guy who has no ego. And there's, from the top down in the organization, from John Schneider to Mike McDonald to Sam Darnold, Jackson Smith and Jigba, ego it's hard to avoid sometimes. And ego is like the reason why we get into Twitter spats with trolls on Twitter because we can't feel disrespected. It's the reason why we get, offended if our boss, comes down on us because we can't take that criticism. It's why some players, want more of the spotlight and want more of the attention and more of the stats than they're getting. But none of that is conducive to you doing your job and accomplishing your mission. And this was just an organization full of people from the top down that have no ego.
That's really well said, Brady. And you know what? That actually crystallized a little with me is we were sitting with Mike after the show. And as much as fun as we've had on the show and as much as Salk even told him on the air how much we've learned, it's always those times after the show where you just get some one-on-one and get to connect and talk about a whole lot bigger things. And it was actually then I said a very similar thing to him, Brady. I said, what's remarkable to me, Mike? And hopefully books, whatever can be written, or people have you at clinics, or you can, continue to be who you are and share your life in a very open way with others. But it is remarkable to me that the number of coaches my kids have had through the years, and maybe even basketball more than football. Like Titus's football coaches maybe do fit much more in that kind of McDonald silo of some humility and toughness and all of that. But my gosh, the number of coaches, and even some I played for, right, at times in different levels, where it's about them in this way, that when we win, it's all of us together. Everyone achieves more when we win. And then the minute you lose and the minute there's adversity, it just flips, and it's all your fault. Mm-hmm. You're selfish. You're bad. I'm not doing anything wrong. You're screwing it up for all of us. Like, it is amazing how many times in just my life experience, covering teams, playing for teams, kids' team, like, no. It's like the simplest thing. It's so simple, when you write it down or you look at it. This isn't rocket science. This isn't some Malcolm Gladwell, hour seminar I listened to. No. This is very simple. When we win, it's all of us. And when we lose, it's all of us. Mm-hmm. And if coaches, I think, could just truly absorb that, but I think they can't, to your point, Brady, because they feel like they're the one in charge and their ego has put them in that kind of position that when it's wrong, well, it's not my fault. I had the right plan for you. The number of times I've heard coaches say, and I just tune them out. The minute in a meeting, they're like, oh, this kid, I put him in position. I called the right play. Had the right thing. And it's like, no. That's bad. Bad chemistry, bad culture. What did Schneider say yesterday? That something is an artifact of culture. Do you remember his little line?
Oh,
when he was,
I know what you're talking about. I can't remember what he said, and I would butcher it.
Culture leaves an artifact or something like it. It was really good, and that's that simple, and yet so hard, I think, for so many that you've covered and I've been around to absorb that.
Yeah, I've never coached at any level, obviously, but I imagine that there is an inclination to maybe not want to admit mistakes because you want to be the guy that everybody looks to.
Yeah.
And maybe there's this feeling of, when you are vulnerable like that, it makes you less trustworthy or less of the authority.
Mm-hmm.
And, we hear a lot, and Leonard Williams talked about this several times this season, that, Mike McDonald will be the first to stand up in front of the room and admit when he makes a defensive play call that puts one of his guys in a bad position. Yep. And,
I'll give you one. Can I give you one on
Yeah.
a huge stage?
Yeah.
How about the NFC Championship game after Reek loses his ever-loving mind, and Mike had to let out some steam. Mike was really upset that he put him in man-to-man coverage on the next play.
Mm-hmm.
He really felt like that was such an error because he's out of it. He's getting screamed at. He's getting cussed at. He feels terrible. And what does McVay do? Run a double move on him when his head is spinning and everything else. And he's like, that was a bad call. Should have played zone, should have had help over the top, shouldn't have put Reek in that. Even when he was that pissed at Reek and the whole stadium was that mad, he still knew, like, nope, that's on me. That's on me. I could have put him in a better position. And as you said, most coaches have a hard time being that vulnerable and that humble.
Yeah.
Not this guy.
No.
And I think it's a big reason why they are world champs. We'll dig into this in much, much deeper detail. Brady, we got takeaways at 8:30 of the entire season of yesterday, all sorts of fun sound. Big Ray, did you hear the sound yesterday? It was just a real quick one. It was first time with the mic'd up stuff coming out that on the first play of the game, Gray Zabel pancakes Milton Williams. Did you hear that?
Oh, yeah.
I'm willing to die today.
I'm ready to die tonight.
That's pretty good. I know Big Ray like that and so much more. He'll join us in 20. We'll give you everything you need to know next. So fun to have Brady in to download everything he learned, everything he saw. He's one of the best at it. Can't wait for these next 3 hours with him. It's Brock and Salk. Seahawks Sports, Seahawks Sports app.
This is what it's all about, right?
The Seahawks win Super Bowl 60.
The pure joy.
To beat the Patriots, especially in the 49ers stadium, it means everything. It's a great time to be alive for Seattle fans.
It's why we're 12s.
Just like Mike McDonald said, we did not care.
We got a parade to get to.
And the Seahawks Super Bowl parade is Wednesday.
We are the home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks.
They are bringing the Lombardi back to the Northwest.
Seattle Sports.
And what a parade it was, and what a celebration it has been. Oh, my gosh, this is so much fun. And I love my partners. I love my teammates like Tila Mortgage. And they want you to know, if you're 62 or older, tuning in this morning, you got lots of equity in your home, you want to pull some cash out and trying to figure out how to do that, well, my friends at Tila, they feel like they got the play call, and I believe in them. You don't need to live at a lower standard than you deserve, I'll tell you that. And in many ways, you got 3 different play calls. Number 1, you can sell your home and go through that process. Number 2, you can dig into a HELOC or a refinance. Or number 3, you really should dig into a reverse mortgage. Tila's done the analysis, and they believe that a reverse mortgage is the most cost-effective way for seniors to get cash out of their home without selling and having the option of no monthly mortgage payment. Too good to be true, you say? I don't think so. Give them a call today and compare. Tila, spelled T-I-L-A, is the name you could trust for truthful, honest, and ethical advice for all your mortgage needs. Give them a call, 206-766-8888. That's 206-766-8888. Insurance and property taxes are borrower's responsibility. Tila Mortgage LLC is a mortgage broker. NMLS 2472046.
See country star Aaron Lewis and the State Liners at Muckleshoot Casino Resort, March 24th at 8 p.m. And now an added show on March 25th. He's a multi-platinum artist whose raw lyrics and powerhouse vocals have captivated fans for decades. Now he and his band, the State Liners, are coming to Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Get your tickets now to see Aaron Lewis at muckleshootcasino.com.
Underestimating the trucking industry is one of the biggest mistakes I see victims and other lawyers make. Trucking companies have an army of lawyers and experts who act quickly after an accident to protect the company. Only an experienced trucking accident lawyer can navigate the complicated federal and state laws to protect your rights. If you or a loved one has been injured in a trucking accident, call Davis Law Group today for a free consultation or get my free book on trucking accident law at washingtonaccidentbooks.com.
P&D Tree Service, experts in local tree removal. Their team works fast to remove problem trees in your yard and neighborhood. Have you ever seen a tree removed by a crane? P&D Tree Services specializes in close-quarter tree removal to minimize impact on your landscaping. 24-hour emergency service. Any job, big or small. Safe, efficient, and fast.
P&D Tree Service turns multi-day jobs into a few hours, saving you time and money. Enjoy a clean, safe, and bright yard. PNDTreeService.com.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
On eBay, every find has a story. Like if you're looking for a vintage band tee, not just any tee, the band tee. You wore it everywhere until your best friend stole it. Now you're on eBay, and there it is. Same tee from the same tour. The things you love have a way of finding their way back to you, especially on eBay. Where else can you find that mint trading card you searched everywhere for, or your first car, the one you wish you never sold? It has to be eBay. Shop eBay for millions of finds, each with a story. eBay, things people love.
The celebration continues.
We never wavered, man. We believed in each other. We loved each other.
On the home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
New siding doesn't have to break the bank. We offer affordable options that add value and protection to your home. This is Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. And while we're at it, ask about our roofing, windows, decking, and gutter services for even more savings. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule your free siding inspection. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
State Roofing, the best roof you'll ever need.
At Les Schwab, we've been changing the tire game for more than 70 years. We design our own exclusive tires to give you more tires made for the roads you drive, less compromise. All backed by America's best tire warranty included in every tire we sell. It's more unbeatable tire warranty, less charging you extra, like the other guys. It's all about you getting more from less. Stop by or book an appointment at leschwab.com.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, the first thing you need to know, I'm sure many of you, especially jumped aboard this show, and we can't thank you enough for all of that, watching on YouTube and podcasts and listening live right now. We see it, we feel it, we hear it, we look at the numbers, and man, we love all of it. So I'm sure all of you, if you're listening to this show this morning, also checked out everything that went on with that parade, and you were probably there, and maybe even a part of it, part of the 1 million people they estimate just absolutely packed the streets. They had to extend the parade, I understand, Brady. Like, it was so busy in some areas, like, you know what, let's keep stretching this thing out all the way to downtown. And what a time it was. I thought Steve Rabel has done so many things well. I mean, he's a Hall of Famer in a bunch of ways in this town, as a player, as a newscaster, obviously as the voice of the Seahawks now. There's no better MC at any event I've been to over the last few decades. He emceed the event yesterday. And there are all sorts of speakers. A couple things resonated with me. This one with Mike McDonald right from the jump, pretty good.
He should have been recognized as NFL Coach of the Year, but instead, he will gladly take Super Bowl champion. Ladies and gentlemen, the head coach of your Seattle Seahawks, Mike McDonald. I think we'll take this trophy instead.
That was pretty good. Yeah, Steve Rabel did. I mean, the whole thing was well done. Really well done. And Steve Rabel, he is a poet. You know, he was introducing Jackson Smith and Jigba, and I hope I don't get this wrong, but I believe he introduced him as having the smile of an angel and the heart of an assassin.
Assassin.
That was pretty good.
It was so good.
Yeah.
He wrote little notes for each of them, and then A.J. Barner, he took the mic too, and I was like, oh, he might turn into our Travis Kelce.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of juice to him.
Yeah.
Well, the most juice was left to Ernest, but this was pretty good from A.J. as well.
First of all, I just got to say, I love this city. Hey, and I got a few things for y'all. First, we did not care. Second, we still don't care. One more. Third, the Super Bowl Hawks live here. God bless. Go Seahawks. We love you, Seattle.
I think A.J. Barner was put on this earth to kick butt on a football field and then party afterwards. And he really is like, you know, that I tweeted this yesterday. You know, there's a lot of kind of low-key personalities on that offense, including Sam Darnold. You know, just sort of more reserved guys. And then you got A.J. Barner, who was really the energizer, the spark plug of that group, a guy who brings a lot of personality, and as you saw, some edge to that group. He showed up looking like a character from Yellowstone with the, tank top, the big fur coat, this cowboy hat, and, he looked like he had the time of his life yesterday.
Yeah, that coat came off, and that belt buckle was doing some dancing in the streets. What a party it was.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
And while they were celebrating Brady, and while the party was going on, and while the streets of Seattle were lit, boys are starting to put the cleats and the spikes on and get to work down in Peoria. A lot of guys just starting early. This is going to be a weird spring training, going to be condensed in many ways, going to be shortened. Up to 3 weeks of it, players could be gone. I think upwards of 10 Mariners are going to be gone participating in the WBC. So I think a lot of these guys want to get there now and get this thing started, get the party started. And the newest Mariner, Brendan Donovan, we'll get a chance to see him. Nice beard, great lettuce, good-looking guy. And yesterday got a chance to sit with the media and talk about what kind of player is coming to Seattle.
You know, I think the thing about me is like I believe in preparation. Like I try to be the most prepared player on the field. I think that may come with just kind of being able to play kind of all over the field, kind of be the most prepared. And I play really hard. I think that's something that, your effort, your mentality, all that, those are things that you can control in this crazy game. So that's something that I just try to play like my hair is on fire. And that's something that I think makes the game more fun too.
You got a lot of hair too, Brady.
Yeah, don't light that hair on fire. Protect that hair at all costs.
That's right. You know what is cool too is, man, as much as, Salk and I were saying this week, gosh, all this love and affinity guys have for one each other. I can't remember. There was always a respect, and it was always like, hey, man, the Sonics are in town, the Mariners are in town. When I was like growing up and even as a player, like, man, you kind of respected those guys. I think the Mariners, a lot of those dudes love these Seahawks. I think a lot of these Seahawks love Cal and love Nate. Like, there is a real kumbaya right there on Royal Brougham. It's going to be fun as the Mariners equally get started in their process.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
All right, third thing, you want a little love for some of the guys here in our building and with Seattle sports and Seattle Seahawks. This is pretty cool. Seahawks radio pre and post game host Michael Bumpus and Seahawks radio network analyst Paul Moyer, who I've known for a lot of years, both going to be inducted in the Pacific Northwest Football Hall of Fame later today. Right down there at Husky Stadium. Part of a 6-member crew in this 26 class, including Seahawks former defense lineman Jeff Bryan and Joe Nash. Love that guy. Former Husky quarterback Hugh Millen and former pro and college head coach Don Coryell. So pretty cool for a couple of our own. And those two were in that parade yesterday, too. Bump was looking like and having a good little
as he should.
Time, soaking it in.
Yeah.
Paul soaking it in. Paul a little spoiled. First 30 years of the organization. 0 Super Bowls.
Mm-hmm.
Paul, been part of the Seahawks radio since, when I started in 05, 4 Super Bowls, including 2 titles. Pretty stinking cool
Both those
stuff.
guys really, really good at what they do, too, on the radio.
Yes.
I have an admission to make.
Oh, an admission or confession?
Whatever. The same thing. I did not know that Don Coryell had ties to Washington.
What?
Did not know that.
Do your homework.
Where's he from?
How about Keith Gilbertson? You think he has ties?
Yeah, I know. I know all about Keith Gilbertson.
How about Dennis Erickson?
What was?
How about the cradle of football up at Snohomish, Brady?
Where's Don? Is that where he's from? I did not know that.
It says he was born in Seattle, went to Lincoln High School.
Yeah.
The
other
one in
Lincoln High
Wallingford?
School. No, I think the other Lincoln. The other
In
Lincoln.
Tacoma?
Yeah, oh, in Wallingford. No, in Wallingford. Yeah.
Served in the
Seriously,
Army and then enrolled at the University of Washington.
Air Coryell.
Eric Coryell. I had no idea.
Yes.
I had no idea.
That's just an O-Days.
I'm not letting my ego get in the way of admitting that I had
Way to
no
be
idea that the
vulnerable.
great Don
Seriously.
Coryell, the
Way to
digit
be
system, no idea.
Way to be, you know what? Way to be transparent and vulnerable with all of us. I think there's a lot of folks probably in that same boat with you that did not know.
No idea.
That old Eric Coryell and all the fun with the Chargers and Fouts and Winslow and all of it. That's a pretty good Hall of Fame class. Pretty good start to the show. Ray Roberts going to add to the show. What did he see? And I got a good little football question for him because I heard from a few folks how and why the Seahawks took apart these Patriots.
Mm-hmm.
A big key in that. I'm going to ask Ray a little bit about that and a ton more. Brady's in for Salk. It's Brock and Salk in Seattle Sports.
Seahawks head coach Mike McDonald's first interview since winning the Super Bowl. Only on the Mike McDonald Show with Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Kimmel last night. Yeah, I was very surprised. Jimmy's so gracious, treated my family great. Just everybody was just awesome. Even they got me that shirt. I didn't have a shirt. Costume people, they had a rack of clothes and nothing fit because I'm weird shaped. So they had to bring me another shirt because I would have looked like a fat guy in a little shirt.
Get the full conversation now on the Seattle Sports app.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
If you've been in a wreck or a fender bender,
you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility, not just where your insurance company tells you to go. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. With over 25 years of auto repair work, they'll exceed your expectations.
we meet by accident, fixing every last dent. Accurate Auto Body.
At Accurate Auto Body, all their work is performed by certified technicians, only using OEM parts to guarantee the safety of you and your family. For the best in auto body collision repair and customer service, give them a call at 425-883-2450 or AccurateAutoBodyWA.com. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
we meet by accident, fixing every last dent. Accurate Auto Body.
get your Seahawks Super Bowl champions gear at Simply Seattle, your go-to shop for Seahawks gear with licensed and custom designs you won't find anywhere else. Use code ESPN15 for 15% off your order at simplyseattle.com. Celebrate the title team with jerseys, shirts, hoodies, hats, and collectibles. If you're celebrating downtown, shop in person at Simply Seattle on First Ave. And get ready for spring training with Mariners gear and Simply Originals like the Kid Logo hoodie. Code ESPN15 at simplyseattle.com.
For 24 years, Sea Star Restaurant and Raw Bar has been Bellevue's and my go-to for fresh seasonal seafood. Hey, this is Brock Heward, and what I love is being able to count on my good friend, Chef John Howie's reputation for excellence behind every plate. Whether it's local oysters, sushi, cedar plank salmon, Dungeness crab bisque, generous portions with true value, and every detail is cared for. Whether it's a date night, a business dinner, or catching up with friends and family, Sea Star is the dining experience you remember. SeaStarRestaurant.com.
It's game time, and Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton are lining up with a roster that's built to dominate the field. The gas-powered RAV4, built to power through every drive, rain or shine. Or switch up the play with the hybrid RAV4, versatile, efficient, and always moving the chains. The Tacoma, tough, dependable, and clutch when it counts. And now, taking the field, the all-new 2026 Toyota Tundra, redesigned, powerful, and built for the big moments. Whether you're in the north or the south, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have your winning ride. Visit ToyotaofKirkland.com and ToyotaofRenton.com.
O'Brien. Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Do you need glasses or contacts and you're now at the age where you also need readers? K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to eliminate the need for all those. Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision. Andy, for those nearing age 50 or so, refractive lens exchange can be a great alternative to LASIK.
That's right, Joe. K2 Vision RLE is a terrific permanent solution for a lifetime of great vision. The older we get, we experience the dysfunction of our natural lens, which affects both distance vision and requires the use of reading glasses. Plus, after K2 Vision RLE, you will never develop a cataract.
And like LASIK, K2 Vision RLE is quick and painless. The question is, which procedure is right for you?
After replacing more than 100,000 failing lenses, we have the experience to tell you if it's your right time for RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consultation with us about K2 Vision RLE to get your eyes seeing young again, permanently.
Go to K2VisionRLE.com, K2VisionRLE.com.
Here's what you can look forward to when you get your windows replaced. The whole house being way warmer and a lot quieter. Dave Wyman here, and when we had finally had it with our old windows with broken seals, we called Harley Exteriors. They were incredibly friendly, professional, and absolutely knew their stuff. Harley Exteriors windows are a massive upgrade. They keep heat in and noise out, plus they're truly gorgeous windows. I said, you guys must use a different type of glass, and sure enough, it's their Olympic Series, which is manufactured here in the Pacific Northwest and exclusive to Harley Exteriors. Harley Exteriors has a special offer for Seattle sports fans. Buy one window and get the second 40% off. No payments or interest until 2027, and take an additional $200 off your project. Call 833-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com. Schedule your free consultation today. That's harleyexteriors.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Been looking forward to this. Big Ray Roberts, he was there yesterday amidst the parade as well. So let's just start right there, Big Ray, before some X's and O's and some really fun football to discuss and all that good stuff. What was yesterday like on that parade route and sitting in the truck with your buddies with Seattle Sports and the Seattle Seahawk Radio Network? Take me in, man. What was it? What was the experience like?
It was pretty amazing. Like I was on the East Coast the last time the Seahawks won the Super Bowl, so I didn't even have any idea of what the parade was going to be like. And then I'm not a big in traffic around crowds type of a dude, so I almost backed out of it. And then my son Slade was like, "Dad, like this might be the one time in your life you get to do it." And so I said, "All right." So I went over there. And then once I got there, just the energy in the stadium around the city, dude, I just went all in, bro. I was, by the time I left, I couldn't talk. Like I was just like, it was incredible. And just to see the sheer amount of people, it was just unbelievable. Like, Seattle's a big city, but you don't ever see that many people in one place unless you're at, a football game or something. But to see millions, maybe people out on the street, and everyone having a great time. And from what I can tell, there was no, arrest or anything or craziness that was going on. People just really enjoying celebrating each other and celebrating all the stuff. And, man, I wish we had 2 more miles to ride. I was having a blast, dude. And I mean, I talked to, you know me, Brock. I'll talk to everybody. I was talking to anybody that would listen, you know, and so I was having a blast, dude. I felt like a kid in the candy store.
So give me the one thing about that parade, Ray, that you will remember forever. Was there one sign that you saw or one, you know, stretch of that route that was really going to stick with you?
Well, I think when we got near the end, when people were just like, you know, man, forget these barriers and stuff. We're getting out in the street with the team, and so they were all behind. Like the police. Let me just say this: the police did an excellent job yesterday of keeping their composure, because there were people doing stuff that they weren't supposed to do, but the police officers were helping them, like even running someone's jersey to Sherm, getting Sherm to sign it as the truck is moving away, grabbing it, and then running it back to the person
cool.
that wanted to get it signed. That was really cool. And then near the end, when people were just like, this is our team, this is our parade, we're getting in the street too, they kind of like, okay, like we're going to keep you a little bit of distance from the truck, but come on, everybody just come into the street. And that was really cool, because then it really made it feel like, this is our team, this is our city, this is our championship. And then the players themselves, like getting off the trucks and being in the crowd, that's really cool to me, because it's really easy in those situations to be like, well, this is what the protocol is. You know, don't want someone to get hurt. Like, let's just kind of stay in the trucks, stay behind the barriers and all that. But there was a time where you could feel that the crowd wasn't like in a place where stupidness was going to happen. Like the dumbest thing is that you want to go give someone a high five or get an autograph or just be able to say like, hey man, I was running behind the truck. You know, like that was the most intense thing that was happening that could have had potential for something bad. But the way the police handled it, and then the way the fans responded to them being able to break the rules a little bit, it was just harmony. And it was really cool to see that.
Yeah, harmony and harmonious and culture and love and vulnerability and transparency and so many things, Big Ray, that we have talked about all season long. You got to be real close to this team, and yesterday you got to be shoulder to shoulder with them. Is some of that too far blown, or was this a team that just culturally and brotherhood and love and that was like, wow, no, this was not overblown. This was something that maybe you had never even seen or experienced in your career?
Well, you know, Brock, you know, when we're in the locker room and, you know, on these teams, there's all types of people, you know, like from all different types of backgrounds, different personalities, different likes and dislikes and, you know, all kinds of stuff, you know. And so it's really hard to kind of corral all of that and get all the arrows going in the same direction. On top of that, you have people that are, you know, second teamer want to be the first teamer, the third teamer want to be the second teamer. There's people that are having to be in the same position, fighting for the same stuff, but then also having to support each other. That's really hard to pull all together. And the teams that can do that are the teams that tend to win. Some teams win with that dysfunction, but for the most part, the teams that have sustained success are teams that are able to capture that in a bottle. And so this team, when you see how they are around each other, that's not football related, they're just kind of being dudes, been around other dudes, you 1,000% see it. Like the way Ernest Jones is the embodiment of it. Like the way he supports the quarterback, and you know, and then you know, I'm glad they allowed him to say what he said at the celebration the other day. But yeah, it doesn't seem phony at all to me, because you have a bunch of dudes on there that are not phony guys, and they're not gonna just go along to get along. Like you can just tell by their personalities that that's not who they are. And so for them to be bought into it that way, I think that's something special. You know, I do this work with Special Olympics. This is an organization called Arbinger, and I went and got trained as a facilitator with their outward mindset framework. And so I work with companies and organizations to build that. It is exactly what the Seahawks do. When Mike McDonald said that you have to play in a way that it helps the player next to you be successful, that's an outward mindset. And that's what they do. And so it's pretty incredible. Like it's real similar to the Legion of Boom. I talked to Cliff Averill and Michael Bennett one time, and I said, like, what was it like to have to say, like, man, I could make this play, but this play is designed for Bennett to do whatever. And he was like, well, at some point I had to do that because that's how we were winning. And if we all win, if the team wins, we all win. And so that's the type of like outward other person's mindset that you have to approach it with. And they've been able to build that. And here's the other thing. I know I'm getting long-winded, Brock, but here's the other thing is that a lot of teams, a lot of coaches talk that, but they just hope that it's going to happen. Coach McDonald was intentional about it. Like the walk and talks, the things, the way he studied the teams, after the playoffs last year, the things he put in place for people to get to know each other, to see people as people. And then you're more inclined to then play for, accept, deal with whatever it is that they bring to the table because you understand who they are. And so a lot of coaches put up the great signs, they have great mottos, all this other kind of stuff. But if you're not intentional about it, it's just a poster on the board. And Coach McDonald is very intentional about it, which is pretty awesome.
Yeah, I think just most of the teams I've ever been around and observe and watch, they talk it, but very few walk it, right, as you just pointed out there. Speaking of which, an outward expression. Now that all the fun mic'd up stuff comes out, and I love watching. I mean, I love watching the game, but then like when the behind the scenes and the mic'd up and everything else, and we get a little bit more.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw this yesterday. It just came out yesterday. First play of the game, they were an outside zone to the left, and Gray got into Milton's body, and I don't know, he get tripped up or whatever, but he flatbacks him. He pancakes him. And Milton Williams gets up and says something to him, and Zabel said, what did he say, Brady?
I'm ready to die today.
Yeah. Hey, Brock,
I'm ready to die today.
Oh, my God, dude. I heard it this morning for the first time, and I was like, man, I think I got a couple plays left in me. First of all, let me just put it this way. I love that the first play was to the left.
Yes,
because
sir.
Being the left tackle, I was always on the backside of stuff, and I would get on the phone and be like, can we run the ball to the left a little bit? And but this is why I love Gray Zabel. And this is what a lot of people that were like questioning, should he be drafted that early, considering the competition he played against, is because they didn't see the football player in this dude. And I got wind of Gray Zabel like a couple years before his career, his college career was over, and I watched a lot of film of him. This dude is a football player's football player. And I could 1,000% see him going, no, I'm serious. I'm willing to die today. Like whatever it's going to take, I'm gonna be here for this whole 4 quarters in your face doing what we do. And it doesn't matter if he tripped up or whatever, he tripped over someone's foot or whatever, Brock, that dude got flatbacked. And you know what I'm saying? And that sent a message from the very beginning. And I'll say this too, like I spent maybe the 2 weeks before the Super Bowl, I didn't listen to any sports radio. I didn't watch any sports shows. I just did my own study. I didn't want to be influenced by anybody. And I reached out to our broadcast team. I said, our D-line is going to destroy that offensive line, and they're going to kill the left tackle. They're going to kill the Patriots left tackle because the matchup just didn't – Coach K talks about in the NCAA tournament that the matchups are more important than the seeding. And this is just a terrible matchup for this dude. And the way our guys rush, the physicality that they play with is just a bad matchup for him. Might be a good football player, first-round draft pick, started the whole season, did a good job. But this is just a really bad experience for him. It was a bad team for him to have to play against in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I knowing a fraction of what you guys know about football, that was my thought going into it too, was that, a guy who wasn't all that impressive during the regular season, had the injury, been struggling during the playoffs, shorter armed guy against some, pretty long levered, edge rushers with Seattle. That just seemed like a very bad matchup. I'm curious, Ray, just what you thought of Seattle's offensive line as a whole in this game, running for, 160 plus yards, whatever it was, only 1 sack of Sam Darnold. What'd you think of just the offensive line as a whole?
First of all, I just think they've done a great job. This is the first year where it looks like from the beginning of the season to the end of the season that the offensive line was getting better as they went along. Mm-hmm. And so that speaks to the development of abilities of the offensive line coaches. That speaks to the scouting department understanding who they have and what they need to do to be better. And then it speaks to the players putting in the work. And so all of that came together because at the beginning of the year, you can't say you were super excited about the run blocking and how they were trying to execute the outside zone and all that kind of stuff. But then as they started to kind of figure out what this offensive line is good at, which is they can do the outside zone stuff, but they were better between the tackles. When they were kind of I guess the wide zone is kind of what Kubiak does to me.
Mm-hmm.
That's way out there, past the tight end. But the outside zone is kind of at the outside hip of the tackle. So I call that kind of a between the tackle type play. So when they got to that more outside zone versus the wide zone, they became more effective that way. And so I just love how they progressed throughout the season. And then Brock, I don't know if the year that the Colts won the Super Bowl, and I asked Howard Mudd, like, what was the difference? He goes, well, we didn't run the ball great all year, but like the last couple games of the season, we found a few plays that where we could run the ball, and we dressed it up in different formations, and we just ran those same plays throughout the playoffs. And then they averaged almost 150, 60 yards a game rushing the ball. And during the regular season, I think they only averaged like 80 yards a game. And so the Seahawks were even better than that, but then they got even better when the playoffs came. And so in this game, I thought they did a really good job. I mean, it's a very good defense they were playing against, some big, strong dudes. Their defensive line, their tackles and nose guard were more designed to create chaos to let those linebackers run. And so, because the linebackers had all the stats, the two inside guys were the leading tacklers, the two outside guys are the leading sack getters. And so they just had really athletic dudes that could just run and all over the place. And so creating space for them to do that, that's kind of what the D-line did. And so I think the Seahawks did a really good job of navigating that. Obviously, they didn't win every battle, but I thought they did what they had to do in that particular game to have success running the football. And then K9, to me, ran differently the last 3 or 4 or 5 games. Like, he was more downhill. He ran with more purpose. He finished runs harder. Like, you could see him, like, just really giving up his body, trying to move the pile to get the extra yardage. And so that also helps. If you're a running back and you know that the offensive line is going to have a crease for you, you just run differently. If you're a running back and you go like, man, I don't know if the crease is going to be there, let me kind of slow walk it up here and figure out what's going to go on, then that's when you kind of have like the inconsistency in the run game. But K9 just decided the crease is going to be there, so I'm just going to attack the line of scrimmage. And then it set up all these opportunities to do his little juke and jiving and make people miss and look stupid and all that kind of stuff. So I thought they did a great job.
It was really cool, Ray. Before we started the show, Brady said to me, I'm willing to die today. To have the best 3
die
hours.
On this air.
To have the best 3 hours.
That's going to be on my next T-shirt, by the way.
Oh, that was so good. Were you, lastly, real quickly, were you ever mic'd up for a game? They couldn't mic Big Ray up, right? They weren't about to do that.
Yeah, well, I was mic'd up one time, but I forgot that I was mic'd up. I'm like, oh, was I supposed to say a lot of stuff? Like, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? And then, but I was. John Randall was mic'd up one time, and he and I were going at it the whole game, so I was on a lot of the conversation, which is pretty funny kind of stuff, because John Randall's a pretty funny dude. But the only thing is the way they edited the film, it made it look like he killed me. And I'm just like, what are you talking about? Like, he did get one sack. That was like a end of the game, like 2-minute drive, and it was like an 80-yard drive.
It was a cheap one. It was a cheap one.
I was exhausted, dude. And so I told the guard, I'm like, hey, man, I'm just going to go out here and hit this dude hard as I can. So sit on the inside, because if he comes inside, I'm not going to be able to get him. And so the ball snaps. I go hit him as hard as I can. Well, he swims me to the inside. So I'm thinking like, oh, Big Mike is sitting right there. Well, Mike went to help the center. And then he sacked Charlie Batch, and that was the one video that they showed on the replay. And I was just like, oh, man.
That's messed
and he's
up.
talking trash the whole time. So never really mic'd up, but I've been on the mic. I'll put it that way.
I love it. Well, we love when you're on the mic. We love when we get your insight. I'm sure we will do so over the course of the offseason. Big Ray Roberts. I'm glad you listened to your son yesterday, too, and took that in, because these are special moments.
Absolutely.
We're not promised anything. We think that this thing's set up for years to come, but you got to appreciate it when you get it. So thanks for the time, Big Ray. Have a great day. Great weekend, bro.
Hey, well, thank you guys for having me, and go Seahawks.
There he is, Big Ray Roberts, left tackle extraordinaire for the Seahawks, for the Lions, for a long, long time, has poured into so many people on and off the field, and do love his wisdom. And right there, like I turned off sports radio, I turned off all the shows, didn't want to listen to anything, just watch the tape, and the tape was pretty clear. And speaking of that tape and speaking of that sound, how about a little Blue 88, Mr. Henderson?
Let's do it.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88, powered by Xfinity.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Heward tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Question number 1, Brock Heward. What was one of your gut feelings that, thanks to the NFL films mic'd up, ended up being true?
We talked just days before. So Thursday night was the honors show where they handed out all the awards. So this would have just been on Friday. And I think on Friday's show leading up to the Super Bowl, I said, you know what? This team is not externally motivated. We know that. They're about each other. They're about the internal. But I did have a little hunch. And I said to Salka, I wonder with Mike Macdonald finishing 3rd in Coach of the Year, if these dudes are going to just kind of put that as maybe a little extra fuel in the tank. And this mic'd up sound, cut number 14 of Devin Witherspoon and Mike Macdonald at the end of the game, kind of paid off some of my gut instinct. Here was that conversation with a really excited Spoon.
Those Simon dude! Come on! I told they ass, man! I saw them tell them! I love you, man. And they told you what Coach of the Year. Let's go.
I love you, buddy.
I love you too, Coach. Man. Appreciate you, baby.
Man. I love you.
I'm around with you always.
How many sacks do you have today?
Hey, don't matter.
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Oh, it's so good. I know I'm cheesy. I know I'm schmaltzy. I know I buy in. But you hear that sound, how can you not start to understand the secret sauce of this team? Seriously. You know, that wasn't the whole fuel. It's not the big chip on the shoulder. They don't play the disrespect card until, well, yesterday when they let loose. But that little window in, like, no, man, you're my dog. And they were wrong. And that guy on the other side, Rabel, ran away with that award. And you're a better coach. And I don't know, man. My instinct and my gut said if there was going to be any extra fuel, that was the kind of fuel the guys fighting for their coach because he fights so hard for them that could show up. And at least based on that soundbite, it was a present conversation and motivation.
Yeah, that's a really interesting pairing there, McDonald and Witherspoon. And, you know, it's been clear from you know, the McDonald's first year that those guys have kind of a fun, you know, back and forth relationship.
Yep.
And you think of them as being two people from just totally different backgrounds, kind of an odd couple, but you know what they have in common? And not a lot of people talk about this because the sort of playmaking and the energy, that's what people notice a lot about Witherspoon. He's a really smart football player. And
Yes,
McDonald, obviously, one of the more brilliant football minds in the NFL. So that was a cool moment. I saw that last night, and I had the same thought as you, Brock.
Yep, really, really instinctive, dude. Question 2. So season 1 ends, they make changes, right? They hire a new coordinator, fire Grubb, go all through that. Darnold, everything, man. They get right on the jump last year, Brady, with the start of OTAs and a lot of workers. I'm curious if you have any vibe, any feel, any belief for what this offseason could look like after that long season.
Yeah, I got to imagine, Brock, that they're going to have to make some changes to, you know, as players call it, take care of those guys. And this is a young team. This was one of the younger rosters in the NFL by and large, especially when you do what my guy Bill Barnwell does at ESPN, which is he weights it by snaps. One of the youngest rosters, but they got a lot of veteran guys, you know, especially up front with 3 defensive linemen who are over 30 years old. Cooper Kupp is 32 years old. And I imagine that, you know, Cooper Kupp, he's been there and he's done this and he's come off of a Super Bowl win. And when you play 20 football games like the Seahawks did and you're going into mid-February like they are, I think you have to scale some things back. And you've got to do it in a way that still keeps those guys hungry. You got to take care of them. But, you know, those guys also have to be ready to go. And every team that wins a Super Bowl deals with that Super Bowl hangover, and you've still got to keep those guys, you know, sharp edgewise. So I think that's going to be a balance that Mike Macdonald is going to have to strike. And I think Cooper Kupp is probably a guy that he can lean on as somebody who's done that, a veteran guy who knows what players his age need in order to get the proper amount of recovery, but also get the right amount of reps to be ready for the upcoming season. So, you know, they started on, I think it was April 22nd. This past offseason, maybe that gets pushed back a little bit. You are allowed 10 OTA practices. Maybe you don't do all 10. I think they're going to have to scale some things back, knowing that these guys played a lot of football this past season.
That's well said.
Question number 3. Wait, you're supposed to say that. Sorry, my bad. False start.
Ooh, I got a number, Brady. I got a number for you.
Yeah, let's hear it. Yeah, give me a number or a stat that doesn't get talked a whole lot about publicly, but where the Seahawks throw a lot of resources internally at.
So I know you have taught us, many have taught us, be very careful about the salary cap. And Spot Track does, is that how you pronounce it?
I always thought it was Spotrac. Yeah, Spotrac over the cap.
Does as good a job as they possibly can trying to dig into those numbers. It surprised me a little bit that this last season, now that the hay's in the barn, there was $88 million in dead for the Seahawks.
Yeah.
Between Geno and DK and Tyler Lockett, that they ate up most of it, but there was some dead cap money. Do you know where they excelled and where they spend so much resources, and where Sammy Ramson, who I love to death, is their head of science and technology? They spend so much money to try to make sure they get as many guys and keep these guys as healthy as possible. So they ended up number 2 in the league. Philadelphia was number 1, spending $6.7 million on players on IR. The Seahawks were number 2 at $7 million.
Yeah, second least amount, right?
Second least amount.
Yeah.
And that was there was a strong correlation. The Rams were way up there as well, having your best players available, right? And we know how it decimated teams this year. Arizona had like $120 million. I think they were dead last compared to your $7 million of salary spent on guys on injured reserve to never play for you. That doesn't happen by happenstance. There is some luck with injury. The injury bug can be a nasty bug, and when she starts biting, it can be hard to stop. But man, do they spend so much time, energy, effort, resources in protecting against injury as much as possible. And that was a big, big key to them hoisting that trophy yesterday. That is a little Blue 88. That was an unbelievably fast hour. Brady, you're going to have a huge canvas to paint at 8:30. I'm going to just tee you up. I'm going to let you get going, and you're going to give me a ton of different takeaways from everything, from the playoff run, from the season, of what's to come. So we'll get to all of that at 8:30. Well, just your little notebook that you love to write notes in, we're just going to open that sucker up and let you go. But before we do, we got a little need to know, and it is a Thursday, and for the first time, I want to say in like 3 weeks, we actually have a Here's the Thing. And I understand there's some Super Bowl worthy Here's the Thing messages left for us right here on Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Man, can Seattle and the 12s throw a party or what?
They're estimating around 1 million people at the parade today. 1 million fans.
We're the best in the world!
You hear me? Bump is out on the parade route right now. Bump, where are you?
Oh, no. I can't hear nothing you're saying right now. The vibes are real.
Home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, NA member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Trust
is everything. Earning it takes years. Losing it takes 5 seconds.
Lee Johnson Auto Family.
P&D Tree Service, experts in local tree removal. Their team works fast to remove problem trees in your yard and neighborhood. Have you ever seen a tree removed by a crane? P&D Tree Services specializes in close-quarter tree removal to minimize impact on your landscaping. 24-hour emergency service. Any job, big or small. Safe, efficient, and fast. P&D Tree Service turns multi-day jobs into a few hours, saving you time and money. Enjoy a clean, safe, and bright yard. PNDTreeService.com.
Hey Hawk fans, Jake Bobo. Stormy weather is here. How's your roof holding up? Give Techline Roofing a call. With the strongest warranty in the business, Techline has you covered. That's Tekline, roofing.com. Trust Techline.
At the UPS store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open and happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Do you get sinus infections, congestion, sinus pressure and pain, sinus headaches? You've gone to the doctor. You visit urgent care over and over again. And it's always the same thing, right? Oh, I know. Let's try antibiotics and some nasal sprays. But they just keep coming back. You may suffer with chronic sinus infections. The good news? Relief is possible. How? A minimally invasive procedure called the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic. Imagine a procedure so delicate there are no narcotics. Less cutting means less bleeding, so no packing, and no operating room. The Sinusoft procedure is designed for the clinic. If you suffer with chronic sinus infections, facial pain, pressure, and congestion, find out if the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic, is the solution for you. Call and set an appointment today. 206-388-2770. 206-388-2770. That's 206-388-2770.
Home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
They are bringing the Lombardi back to the Northwest.
This is the power of 12 is 1, man.
KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
Get his freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke Huard. And Brooke Huard.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Huard and Mike Salk.
Oh, man, what a time. What a time to be alive. What a time to be in Seattle. What a parade it was yesterday. Baseball season. I heard the spikes yesterday on the concrete. Yes, I watched Cade Anderson's first bullpen, thanks to Ryan Divish and Adam Jude and Daniel Kramer and those guys down there getting to work with the Mariners. We will be there in less than, 9-10 days. We'll be flying down there and bring you everything from Peoria. So we've been busy. Not a lot of time for Here's the Thing. Not a lot of shenanigans as you're getting ready to win a Super Bowl, Brady. But today, we've got to hear from the people. We call it Here's the Thing.
Brock Huard doesn't just hate one kid.
I am so disappointed in Michael Salk.
You don't know what you're talking about. You're mindless. Love you, bye.
It's time for Brock and Salk's Here's the Thing.
Okay, here's the thing.
Yeah, Brock, the people let me know about it in some of the messages, too, that we haven't been doing this, that I was slacking. So, I mean,
it's not your fault.
There was a lot going on.
Don't you ever blame Mora. Ever.
Leading up to a Super Bowl.
Don't you ever point the finger at Mora, because she'll point hers back and it'll be right in your face.
You got something to say about our producer?
All right, Lyle, get the dump button ready. No. All right, Ethan was watching the Super Bowl with some chatty Cathys and didn't really appreciate it.
Here's the thing. Trying to watch the Super Bowl with a bunch of people who
don't really care for football or know anything about football, and then they're asking you questions through the whole game, and then when the halftime show comes on, that's when they be quiet, and then when it's over, they start talking again during the game. It's quite possibly it's a fate worse than death. I'd rather sit in a room for 24 hours listening to Lyle read Shakespeare.
Wow. I didn't see that last part coming.
Why do you got to get a shot in there, Lyle? That ain't right. Jeez.
Yeah.
I mean, it's on him.
Why do you got to catch strays like that? Why do you got to catch strays? It is on him. That's what I would say, Ethan. Like, I made a choice. Do you think I was going to watch this game with all of my coaching friends here, Valor and community? No way. No how. No shape. I watched that thing with me and Molly. Titus went to a party with his basketball. Nope. Locked in. Go time.
I mean, I would love...
That's on you, Ethan. Be better, Ethan. Yep.
I would love to watch a Super Bowl by myself someday. And not
it was so great.
And then
this is the first time I've ever done it. This is the first time Molly and I have ever done it.
I mean, that sounds pretty good.
We did it. Oh, it was so good.
Now, in our guy's defense, like, look, sometimes you got a significant other. You can't just leave your significant other. You got to go to the big party. And you got to kind of...
No, you don't have to go to the big party. No, be with your significant other. Don't go to the big party.
Yeah, but if she wants, you know, it's some of these things are out of your control.
Guys, we have a lot of things to get through.
We got to go, Brady. We got to go. Okay?
All right, Stan and Nancy, our musically talented friends in Victoria, made a new song for us.
Here's the celebratory thing. This is Stan
and Nancy
from Victoria. Who is the quarterback that doubters love to hate, but who Seahawks and their 12s proudly celebrate? It's Sam. It's Sam. And now the world can see that Sam, the man, is a Super Bowl winning QB. That's right. It's Sam. It's Sam. Performing top 2 MVPs. It's Sam. It's Sam. A Super Bowl winning QB.
Well, way to go, Stan and Nancy.
So good. Keep them going.
You hear the way they harmonized there? That was really nice.
Just keep it going.
All right, Milo, feeling very positive about Seattle sports right now.
Hi guys. 6-7. Go Seattle Mariners. Go Seahawks. We're winning the Super Bowl. We're winning the World Series. And yeah, it's just gonna be so tough. Well, thanks guys. Bye.
Any truth, that might have been a young boy howdy 20 years ago. very cocky. I love it, Milo. Let's go.
Colin wanted to rank the Brock and Salk show Super Bowl roommate situations.
This is Colin in Tacoma. We're ranking best people to share a hotel room with. Top ranking goes to Maura. She's the type of roommate who made you an extra copy of your hotel room key because she knew you would lose yours. Plus, when it's bedtime and you need someone to turn off the lamp, her finger length make that an easy task for her. Number 2, gotta go Lyle. How much fun would it be to just constantly blow his mind? Lyle, there was a time in cinema where movies, they were in black and white. And in Brazil, the official language isn't Brazilian. That's not a language, Lyle. It's Portuguese, which originates from a country called Portugal. Number 3, sulky. Pretty clean, fairly agreeable throughout the day, but then you get back to the hotel room and like a hose being unkinked, he just dumps complaints about the whole day. Last place, Brock. I don't need my roommate walking around shirtless the whole time, taking an hour and a half in the morning to get his hair just right, not to mention feeling like he's constantly evaluating my calves and my power source. You want to do push-ups on the hotel room floor? No, Brock. No, I don't. Go Hawks.
All right, full disclosure, I know Colin. I've had beers with him before. Really great guy. As you can tell, really funny guy, too. I believe he was down in the Bay Area for the Super Bowl. So what's up, Colin?
Colin or Colin?
Colin.
He goes by Colin?
Colin, yeah.
Really?
C-U-L-L-E-N, I believe. Yeah.
Nice.
And but one thing he omitted there is the other part that would be not ideal about rooming with Brock is, you know, the bathroom's going to be tied up for an hour every night because of tub time. So,
yeah. Well, no tub time and a shower tub together. I've crossed that line. I don't do that. Salk is a great roommate. The one thing he missed there is he doesn't like a fire hose. He actually just sleeps. He just goes to sleep for hours on end. At bedtime and nap time in the afternoon. It's like not having a roommate. It's pretty amazing. All right, keep a roll.
All right, we got Christian from Norway. His belief in the Seahawks paid off.
Hey guys, Christian from Norway here. Everyone's been saying that they didn't expect the Seahawks to win the Super Bowl. Well, I did. I might have put some money on the Seahawks winning the Super Bowl before the season started. By the way, never gamble, guys. It never pays off. But anyways, it paid off. So now I have all this money. And when I was walking home at 5 a.m., by the way, it's so late. Anyways, I was walking home at 5 a.m. and I was thinking, what would Leo do with this money that I won? So yeah, I'm going to go buy some trading cards. Have a good one, guys.
I thought he was going to say he's going spearfishing.
Leo. Oh, Leo
Yeah.
Leonard Williams. I'm thinking
Leonard Williams.
Leonardo
Yeah.
DiCaprio for some reason.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
What would Leo? Who knows what Leo?
All over the
DiCaprio
globe,
would do.
Brady. All over the globe.
Yeah.
From Ireland to Norway, all over the country, to Iowa, Davenport. Yeah, a lot of.
And speaking of,
wonderful
I know
listeners.
the Seahawks did not get the Australia game. Would not surprise me if they end up playing internationally somewhere this upcoming season.
Oh yeah,
that's a little tease for you.
Yeah, good job.
All right, Danny says that there was a real MVP of the Super Bowl parade no one's talking about.
Here's the thing. This is Danny with an I, and how fun was that parade yesterday? I absolutely loved watching it, and I want to acknowledge an unsung MVP of that parade, Steph McDonald. I read somewhere that she's a former professional cheerleader, and you could tell. The most elegant, genuine, enthusiastic wave on that entire route, and it endured at that level for hours. Total mob mentality and 12 as one with the fans. Love you, Coach, but I think we now know who the elite athlete of the family is. Bravo, Steph.
Yeah. I think that's well said. In fact, Kaylee Hartung, from what I understand, pretty good relationship with Steph. So she'll fill in a little more of that at 9:30 as she joins us from Italy. But yeah, Baltimore Raven cheerleader, stud, unbelievable, just encourager, as we've played many times, of her husband. Really, really good. We got one more. Who's this one that's got a bone to pick with me and Salk?
Oh, yeah.
Lainey?
Okay, I'll let you hear this.
Hey guys, it's Lainey. This message really is for Salk. Although, Brock, I know you're on this train too, so don't try and hide. Here's the thing. A soccer trained kicker just won us the Super Bowl. So, as I said to Salk about 3 million times, soccer was the first football. You're welcome.
How good was Jason Myers in that game? And Michael Dixon, for that matter.
Just ridiculous.
Yeah.
I'm surprised you and Salk, Brock, didn't talk at all about him winning the MVP of that Super Bowl.
Yeah, you said there were folks chanting it, huh? After his fourth field goal?
After the fourth field goal, there were literally people, and not just people, like the Seahawks contingent chanting MVP, MVP for Jason
Myers. Yeah. I think maybe if they don't score that defensive touchdown.
Maybe if there are a bunch of 50 plus or 60 plus, or there were not many. What was the longest? 42? Like, there wasn't a high degree of difficulty for many of them.
But he's still 5 for 5.
I know.
Super Bowl
Still
record
nailed
5
him.
for 5. I mean, there was just so many guys that could have won that award.
Well, the beauty is in 20 minutes, you can expound on all of that.
Yeah.
Brady. You can go wherever your mind goes. Thank you to Brent and to Lainey, and yes, to Stan and Nancy up in Victoria. Many others that Maura can't even get to, but from here on out, here on forward, we will do Here's a Thing every Thursday morning. Just go to the Seattle Sports app, and you can just download that message, and we have a lot of fun. In fact, even Boss Lady upstairs has said maybe her favorite segment of the Brock and Salk Show. That one every Thursday at 8 a.m. Give you everything you need to know. A little sad news as well yesterday, and sadness was a part of it, a lot bigger part of this season than I knew about. And John Schneider let us all into that yesterday from the podium. A ton to do. Don't go anywhere. Brady's in for Salk. It's Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
This is what it's all about, right?
The Seahawks win Super Bowl 60.
The pure joy.
To beat the Patriots, especially in the 49ers stadium, it means everything.
It's a great time to be alive for Seattle fans.
It's why we're 12s.
Just like Mike McDonald said, we did not care.
We got a parade to get to.
And the Seahawks Super Bowl parade is Wednesday.
We are the home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks.
They are bringing the Lombardi back to the Northwest.
Seattle Sports.
Yes, indeed, and what a parade it was. And can you believe it? Come Sunday, we're going to be halfway through February already, and I know many of you have already made some fitness goals and resolutions you may not be reaching. So if you're tired of crowded gyms and the sweaty machines and the back and forth, then do this. Make your own home gym with my friends at Top Fitness and get started by trading in your old treadmill, and you're going to get a $500 credit to use for Precor True or Inspire treadmills. Top Fitness, they sell the best quality products available too. Brands like Precor, True, Octane, Inspire, Stairmaster, and more. It is trade-in days, It's just for 3 days longer. So take advantage of it now at Top Fitness. Never too late to get in the best shape of your life. They've got the largest selection of home fitness equipment in the state, and their staff will show you why it's no secret that everybody from personal trainers to pro athletes love their stuff. They got locations at Tuckwell, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit topfitness.com for all the info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
This is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. For over 30 years, Big Trees has been helping homeowners and businesses move trees with advanced equipment and a professional and proven transplant process. Need a tree moved on your property or off-site? Trust the experts at Big Trees. Learn more about our transplanting process at bigtreesupply.com.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Hey everyone, Rick Witters, owner of Cressy Door. At Cressy Door, we offer top-of-the-line garage doors, garage door service, and garage door repairs. From everyone here at Cressy Door, congratulations to the Hawks for winning the big game.
It's game time, and Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota Renton are lining up with a roster that's built to dominate the field. The gas-powered RAV4, built to power through every drive, rain or shine. Or switch up the play with the hybrid RAV4, versatile, efficient, and always moving the chains. The Tacoma, tough, dependable, and clutch when it counts. And now, taking the field, the all-new 2026 Toyota Tundra, redesigned, powerful, and built for the big moments. Whether you're in the north or the south, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have your winning ride. Visit toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
Bull riding is not just a sport, it's a gamble of guts and glory. Nothing else compares. It's Busch Light PBR Everett at Angel of the Winds Arena this weekend. Ready to be cowboy? Get your tickets at Ticketmaster. It's bull time.
Yay to Bruce, the streaming king.
With quantum fiber internet, he's gonna binge.
He wants more, he's got to have more.
More bedtime true crime.
More podcasts in the shower.
Quantum fiber Wi-Fi has the power. More fast internet speed.
He's got the geeks to go big, bring him the game.
Right now.
And his royal we.
More sports non-stop, his quantum fiber's on top. Yay to you.
Switch today at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service and speed in select locations only.
Compassion, communication, results. That's Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com. That's pendergastlaw.com.
See your favorite Seattle Mariners up close at the Peoria Sports Complex. Come to sunny and warm Peoria, Arizona to celebrate an AL West championship and the beginning of another great season for your Mariners. Spring training in Peoria has plenty of sunshine, warm temperatures, great food, and the best seats in baseball. It's family fun for fans of all ages. Book your trip today. Support your 2026 Seattle Mariners in Arizona for what promises to be another exciting season. Get your tickets at peoriabaseball.com.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Seattle fans, your team has made football history and are back on top. Celebrate their big win and keep the memories of their amazing season alive with this limited edition full-size championship football for just $129.95. But act fast because only 5,000 will ever be made. To order, call 800-345-2868. That's 800-345-2868. Or visit NICOsports.com. That's NIKCO sports.com. Don't get left out as these will sell out.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Maybe it's just fandom, but one thing I didn't understand, and Lyle, you sent the note last night as well in your email, like people trying to minimize the crowds yesterday, or Philly fans or other fans, San Fran fans, like trying to act like there weren't a million people downtown. Like it was insane. It was a beautiful day, and as you heard from Ray Roberts and everybody involved, like it was just one of those once-in-a-lifetime moments of community where everybody was out and involved. And I can imagine for Cooper Kupp, he's a hometown Yakima boy, grew up rooting for these Seahawks, and yesterday on the podium talked about just how much it meant to be back in this state of Washington.
Hey, Washington. Yeah. How about them apples, huh? Hey, thank you guys for embracing a couple kids from Eastern Washington, from Yakima and the Tri-Cities. I appreciate you all. Hey, these guys here, we embrace a style that nobody wants to play. But you guys made us a stadium no one wants to come to. Hey, but even more, you took over every stadium that we went to this year, made it ours, man. Thank you so much. You guys are incredible. Best fan base in the world. Thank you.
Pretty cool.
That was
those
pretty
apples, cool. Of course, over there in Yakima, kind of a big deal.
Yeah, okay, so that's what I said. That's what I assumed he was, and I still think he does. But then I saw some people speculating that maybe that was a Goodwill Hunting.
Oh, I think it was
Boston.
Maybe a little bit of both.
Maybe a little bit of both. He doesn't seem like the kind of guy who's going to rub it in that way. I thought he was talking more about apples. And then somebody tried to tell me that apples are not synonymous with Yakima. I'm not making that up, am I?
More cherries. Maybe more cherries in Yakima. A lot of cherries in Yakima, too.
Maybe I've just played Apple Tree Golf Course one too many times in Yakima where they got that green that's shaped like an apple.
You know who else was good yesterday? The QB. He's gotten more and more comfortable in front of that mic, in his own skin, and once again appreciating all the love that the organization had in him. Here with Sammy.
Yeah, 12s! Hey, I just want to say I've talked a lot this last week about belief. A lot of people, didn't believe in me, but it didn't matter because the ones that are close believed in me, including y'all. I appreciate y'all so much. That short list also includes Jody Allen, John Schneider, Mike McDonald, man. I appreciate the belief y'all had in me for signing me this past year. And last but certainly not least, these players, man, for believing in me. I wouldn't be here without these guys.
Brady, I'm going to let you unload on so much of that because I know you've got a ton to say. So we'll do that here in about 10 minutes with Brady's takeaways from the year.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Second thing you need to know is the ball is in the air down in Peoria. It is hitting the glove, the slap of the leather, the clink of the spikes on the concrete, and guys getting there early to get started. Was watching Kate Anderson's bullpen yesterday. That was kind of fun. Brendan Donovan, the newest Mariner, traded for, and something that was speculated about a lot to bring him in. What does he bring to the table? He sat down with the press down there yesterday. Here's from his own lips himself.
I think the thing about me is like I believe in preparation. Like I try to be the most prepared player on the field. I think that may come with just kind of being able to play kind of all over the field, kind of be the most prepared. And I play really hard. I think that's something that, your effort, your mentality, all that, those are things that you can control in this crazy game. So that's something that I just try to play like my hair is on fire. And that's something that I think makes the game more fun too.
I don't know who the vet would be with the Seahawks that would be kind of the corollary or the parallel, but just a pro's pro, kind of Cooper Kupp. But Cooper won a Super Bowl and been like MVP caliber.
Great head of hair too on Cooper Kupp.
Yeah, Brendan, not quite all of those accolades, but just an absolute grinder, an absolute pro. He's going to be the absolute leadoff man. and going to play a lot of third base, and seen some videos of Perry Hill working with him already, and we know that guy's work and how that even makes really good players that much better. So lots of fun stuff. We will be your eyes and ears all over in about 10 days when we get down to Peoria.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
And then lastly, and he was a fictional sports character, but he was a tremendous actor. James Vanderbeek. Actually, Salk bought me a jersey last year. As Vanderbeek was going through cancer treatment as a fundraiser, was autographing some old Mox jerseys from Varsity Blues and selling those. And unfortunately, way too young at 48, he lost his battle to cancer yesterday, and you kind of saw that everywhere. And just here's a little shout out to James Vanderbeek, Mox the QB, one of his famous scenes in Varsity Blues in that locker room pregame.
But we can't be afraid to lose. There's no room for fear in this game. And we go out there and we half-ass it because we're scared. All we're left with is an excuse. We're always going to wonder. But we go out there and we give it absolutely everything. That's heroic. Let's be heroes. Come on. Who's ready? Get it up. Come on.
Let's be heroes, Brady.
Yeah.
Let's be heroes.
Yeah, I mean, people my age, we were in high school and watching that movie. Varsity Blues, and I didn't watch a whole lot of. He was in Dawson's Creek. I didn't watch a whole lot of that, but like people my age, he was a big deal. And one of my, I think it was actually Poop Dog's fiance. She had a birthday a couple years ago, and somebody got got James Vanderbeek to do one of those cameos. Just kind of shows like how big of a deal he is to people my age and our age and all that. So rest in peace.
Varsity Blues was a pretty good one. They've already lost 3 of those actors. Billy Bob,
right?
the big lineman, Paul Walker as well was the kind of really good-looking QB, and already lost way too young. And six kids and a beautiful wife, and say some prayers for the Vanderbeek family as he passed yesterday. That is everything you need to know. An hour from now, looking forward to catching up with Kaylee Hartung. We did this with Tom Rinaldi and Aaron Andrews leading up to the NFC title game, and it's fun, man. Sideline reporters give you a different their notes and their backstories are a little different than everybody else's. And Kaylee knows these Seahawks really, really well and loved her time. So cannot wait to hear her download her experience. But I've been waiting for an hour and a half to really give you the mic to paint the canvas, Brady. You've got a lot of notes, a lot of stories, a lot of takeaways from the most remarkable season that you've seen covering this team in your dozen years doing so. We will let Brady have the mic next right here on Brock and Salk. You listen on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
12s, you sure know how to turn up.
It is parade day today.
Yeah, 12s! We talk about 12 as one. Look at all the 12s in this stadium right here. See how powerful this is?
We had one goal, and that was to bring this home to the best fans in the world. This is for y'all. Love.
The celebration continues.
I love this city!
On the home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Dave Wyman here, joined by Dr. Landis from Swedish Cyberknife to talk about prostate cancer treatments. Dr. Landis, how does Cyberknife compare to surgery?
Patients who have surgery often do have to be hospitalized for a few days and have to take time off of work. They can have a catheter, they have a wound that's healing. Whereas with Cyberknife, patients often don't have to take a break from work at all.
And Cyberknife is an outpatient, non-invasive treatment?
Essentially, it's a 5-day treatment, about 30 minutes per day. You walk in, you walk out, you essentially don't feel anything at all during treatment. Many patients still work full-time while they're having treatment.
5 days total, less than an hour a day to treat prostate cancer. That really is amazing. It's almost too good to be true. What do patients say after treatment?
They tell me it's like Star Trek, where you push a button and the cancer can go away.
If you, a friend, or a family member is diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider treatment with Swedish CyberKnife. Go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, it's Mike Salk here, and now that the big game is in the rear view, congratulations to everyone. Hope you have a great time at the parade today. Let this be a little line of demarcation. Now is the time to get going on Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, and if you do, you will be in great shape by opening day of the baseball season. Start with just a 15-minute phone call. That's all it takes. I did this program. I lost 10 pounds in the first week, 35 pounds after 8 weeks. No fighting for space at the gym, no pills, no injections, no fake food, just real food that you buy at the grocery store with great recipes, the support, the coaching, the accountability that I know I needed, and a really easy to follow plan that works. Do it for yourself. Call Eastside Weight Loss Clinic at 425-588-0080 or go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
It's game time, and Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota Renton are lining up with a roster that's built to dominate the field. The gas-powered RAV4, built to power through every drive, rain or shine. Or switch up the play with the hybrid RAV4, versatile, efficient, and always moving the chains. The Tacoma, tough, dependable, and clutch when it counts. And now, taking the field, the all-new 2026 Toyota Tundra, redesigned, powerful, and built for the big moments. Whether you're in the north or the south, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have your winning ride. Visit toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
Brock Ewart here with my buddy Shannon O'Kelly from IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. Shannon, we met about a decade ago when you came into the studio, and at that point, IRG was humming, but you were not 40 locations strong all over the neighborhood. How have you done this, and why?
Number one, Brock, great people. Our strength here at IRG is our people. Secondly, we are a company that has a culture of giving back and taking care of our patients, taking care of our team, and thirdly, taking care of our community. We want to be your family physical therapist. More importantly, we want to be your family's neighborhood physical therapist. We want you to come in, have a great experience, and get better and get out there and be pain-free and function.
Taking care of your friends. Taking care of your neighbors, taking care of your community, and taking care of Western Washington. With over 40 locations now, that's exactly what IRG Physical and Hand Therapy is doing. Find them in person, find them online at irgpt.com. That's irgpt.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
The Ebenezer's are going on. Molly did get me some fancy Ebenezer's, though. She didn't like my Costco ones that she felt made me look like an old, grumpy old man. Huh?
Let's see.
Oh, I don't. Yeah, these are like, what's the fancy Warble and
Warby
Parker? There we go. Yep. That was Christmas. That was a Christmas gift right there. So I'm gonna.
Those aren't true Ebenezer's. The Ebenezer's are the tiny ones that literally make you look like Ebenezer Scrooge.
Well, and you and Salk make them more that way when you wear them halfway down your nose.
Well, I don't do that. Salk likes to wear them halfway down. Yeah, I don't know. He thinks he's all academia and smart and stuff like that. Hey, Washington's biggest night out for sports is almost here. The 91st annual Sports Star of the Year awards. This star-studded event brings together the athletes, the icons behind our favorite teams, and unforgettable moments. Be a part of history. Cast your vote for the men's and women's sports stars of 2025. Not going to be easy. There are a lot of them in our town now representing the best of Washington sports. You can also vote for Sports Story of the Year. Good luck on that. Voting's open now through February 14th. Just a couple days away here. Head to seattlesports.org and make your voice heard. The winners will be announced live at the 91st Annual Sports Star of the Year Awards presented by Microsoft on Friday, March 13th. Don't miss out. Vote now. Be part of the celebration. I am going to contend that might be the biggest, the best, the coolest sports star of the year in my lifetime in Seattle. I mean, my goodness gracious, everything that's going on. There's some years that have been a little bleak. Like, I don't know what the sports story was. I don't know what the sports star this year. Good luck. There are so many of them and so many amazing stories. I know you got a bunch of them to get to here, Brady. So let's go with a little takeaways. I'll kick it off.
Takeaways.
I'm going to start here, and then you can take it as far as you want, Brady. I did not know this. We're not embedded with the team. We're not in that building every day as you are and many of your brethren that cover the team. But when John Schneider said this yesterday, I'm going to play this sound. This was John Schneider on the podium, cut number 13 yesterday to start the parade.
We had a lot of angels this year. Angels. I lost my father the day after the Houston game this year. And we had angels all year. Ernest lost his father. Jake Bobo lost his father. Drew Locke lost his father. Charles Cross lost his father. TB lost his brother. It's real. Angels, faith, watching over us. I know my father has been watching over us the whole time. We only lost one game since my father passed. With those angels, we know that Paul Allen has watched over us. To Paul Allen and Jody, Paul would be so proud of you the way you've led this organization and allowed us to be where we are. To Jody Allen, let's go!
I had no idea that amount of loss.
Yeah.
John, Ernest, Jake, Drew, Charles, TB.
I'm not positive who. I don't know if he meant one of his scouts or.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm not sure who he's talking about there.
So many dads, so many people. I can't help but think, like, when I would listen to that, A, I didn't know it, and B, I can't help but think that didn't bring this crew even that much more closer together.
Yeah, and John did a really nice job in his portion of that, and he sort of treated it like a toast at a wedding, and I agree with you. I mean, we all know how tight and connected this team was, and something like that, man. I just know from having lost my father, like you feel kind of a connection to people who have gone through that and know what that's like, and I got to imagine that that played at least some role in all of that, and I thought it was cool.
You want to be vulnerable, right? You want to be raw. You want to be real. You want to shed tears with a brother. Like that will bring you right to that spot.
Yeah.
And to have, management, to have the players on both sides of the ball, to have kind of the soul of your team and Ernest Jones as well, as vocal as he is. Like, man, it's all of those brothers coming together. Can't help but think that too just tightened that bond that much more.
Yeah, and that was a nice shout out to Paul Allen. I mean,
sure was.
The guy saved football in Seattle, and his sister has done a remarkable job leading this team in his absence. And so that was just really well done by John Schneider and by just the whole thing in general. And, people, this is kind of a detour here, but people don't realize that there's the on-field results, and then there's also like how the organization is run. And I guarantee you that if you pull, a bunch of people in the NFL, players, coaches, executives, and you say who are the most well-run organizations in the sport, I guarantee you the Seahawks will be very high on that list. And that just yesterday, the way they pulled that off, just another example of that.
Takeaways.
Did you hear the Seahawks make a lot of noise during Super Bowl week, Brock? Did you hear him make a lot of noise, maybe outside of Ernest Jones defending Sam Darnold after that 4-interception performance in Week 11? Did you hear a lot of Seahawks just making headlines this season and last week for things that they said?
Like a lot of the bull pooey?
Yeah, you really did not. No. And that was one thing that struck me. I was sitting in a diner in San Francisco after eating breakfast after Ken Walker's MVP press conference, and it just hit me that like a lot of times there's stories created during Super Bowl week by somebody popping off and somebody saying something that's kind of antagonistic or trash talking, and it struck me that you just didn't hear that happen all season from the Seahawks and all week. And it just struck me that is their style. It's when they talk about mob ties, mission over BS, this team just does not do that. I was talking to a player in the locker room yesterday, and I noted that to him. I was like, you guys just really did not make a whole lot of noise. And he's like, that's the idea. Just keeping their head down, focusing on winning, and mission accomplished, if you will.
Yeah, I think that's well said. That's probably one of those edges they chase too, right? I mean, all these things in some ways kind of blend together into one. We spent some time with Dave Pearson and McDonald after our show Monday, kind of a deeper dive trying to understand the genesis of that and where it came from. And I guess there's some imaging on the walls there that those guys see every day too to kind of reinforce that. But yeah, they're not slogans. They really are pillars of the program, and that one as much as anything. Just mission. Any of this other stuff, right? Any of this other energy we're going to expend on all this other nonsense gets in the way.
Does you no good.
This team was just laser focused in that way. Well said.
Takeaways.
I channeled my inner Brady Henderson last night.
Okay.
As best I could. I'm not a poet, and I know it. I'm not a writer laureate like you are. I'm not a wordsmith, okay? But yesterday, someone tweeted out, and I thought it was really true. This was somebody, Wallpaper Man on Twitter. I don't know who that is. But he said, the NFL just released the Super Bowl mic'd up, and in the first 4 minutes, you can tell the difference in mentalities of the two teams. It's not even close. And I was like, that is so true. I watched it twice. I watched it the first time on my ride home. Got back last night doing a little prep. Watched it again when that tweet had come out. And I'm like, that's absolutely right. And here's what I had to say to that, Brady. New England thought that they were playing with house money, and they made sure to smile and soak it in. Stephon Diggs even at one point turned to Drake May like, hey, smile. Like, we're here. Like, soak it in. And on the other side, Leonard Williams and crew knew they were the house. And they couldn't wait to profit and steal the Patriots' soul. New England fans wondered why Brady wasn't so effusive in his Pats fandom. It's because Brady watched the Seahawks the 2 weeks prior, like Ray Roberts watched the tape. Brady knew what was coming. He knew what was coming.
Yeah.
The Seahawks knew what was coming. And the Patriots, well, they felt it and absorbed all of that pain.
Yeah,
they were happy to be there. You could see it. They're a young team, too. And Drake's a young quarterback. And they were like, way ahead of schedule. Rookie left tackle, rookie left guard, basically rookie quarterback with a new staff. Like so many. Can you believe we're here? Versus Leonard Williams, Jaron Reed, D. Law. Like, we're going to take your soul. And it's going to be painful. Sorry. It's just totally different mindsets between the two.
Yeah, great tweet. You've had a lot of great tweets in your life, Brock. That was a pretty good one. It's funny.
I had a pretty terrible one the week before. Move it along. Here we go. Move it along.
It's funny, the Seahawks were not expected to be there either. At least start of the season, 60-1 odds to win the Super Bowl, and yet, for me at least, the moment they beat the Rams in the NFC Championship game, I got to tell you, I had very little doubt that they were going to win that game. I ended up picking, I don't know if my pick ever made it onto ESPN.com, but it was 27-19. Sorry, 29-17. It was 29-13, and it probably felt more like a 29-9 game, frankly, with the garbage time score. I mean, they just were a different class of football team, like a totally complete team. Better
Dave Portnoy, right? He's the
dude.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
So I get involved. Salk and I went to the really good sub shop there, where he ended up doing a tasting, and your boy was really awkwardly wearing his backpack, like, oh crap, the camera's there. I look just like a toolbox in the video as he's doing his tasting there. He tweets out, these teams play 100 times. The Patriots win 46.
Dude.
They play 100 times. They may win 4.
Yeah.
Honestly.
That may be one of the closer games. If they play 100 times, 29 to 13 may be one of the closer games that they play.
Yeah.
I mean, I realize every fan has to cope in their own way. But, bruh.
That's crazy.
Come on.
Crazy. Next.
Takeaways.
Brock, you ready to pay Ken Walker III a lot of money? Because I think you got to have to. Ken Walker, it was not that long ago, Brock, that we were talking about, and rightfully so, this was not unfounded by any means, about can this guy stay healthy for a full season? Is Zach Charbonnet gonna overtake him as the number one guy? And that Zach Charbonnet played, I think, a lot more. That was a fairly even split for a good chunk of the season. And guess what Walker did? Played in all 20 games. Scratched out 1,000 yards during the regular season when not a lot was going right with that run game for a good chunk of it. And not only did he play in all 20 games, he hardly appeared on the injury report. And he got better as the season went on. And not a lot of running backs in the NFL get better as the season goes on, as their workload increases. And all this guy did was total 417 yards. I think it was, 5 touchdowns? Four touchdowns in the 3 playoff games. I mean, he's made himself a lot of money, and the Seahawks are going to have some stiff competition there, I would imagine. When you win Super Bowl MVP and you put, the kind of tape that he put on tape, you're going to have competition. But with the fact that Zach Charbonnet is probably going to be on like a Riley Mills timeline where he's not going to be ready until second half of next season, maybe even into December, I think you got to pay Ken Walker III and just hope that he can stay healthy again.
So you just said when you put tape on top of tape? What do you mean by that?
I said I just came out right. I said when you put the kind of tape
that's double tape
on tape that he put on tape.
It's a triple tape.
Yeah, so I don't know what I was going.
That's two-sided sticky tape.
I haven't slept a lot, Brock, in the last 4 days, if you can't tell.
I know, and I just love you here. Maura, I said I'd only play one cut. I'm sorry. Is there any chance?
No, you've reached
cut
your
number
limit.
5. But the Soundhound got so much good stuff on here.
Okay.
Cut number 5. Do you really? This is just perfect John Schneider, right?
It's Ken Walker being the MVP. Let's go! Woo! He tried negotiating with me 5 minutes ago. It was really weird.
No, that did not happen.
Do you see Ken's face? By the way?
He was like, "Wait, what?"
He was.
No, I think John Schneider was entirely kidding there, and if only it were as simple as some alcohol-induced negotiations in a few minutes, then maybe that deal.
So
could
a
get
couple
done.
things on that front. I did a little work last week, kind of looking at that. So Josh Jacobs, a very similar kind of back and player. I think was Josh a first-round pick?
Yeah,
though, out
by
of
the
Alabama?
Raiders.
He was a first-round pick, so he was a higher pick. Ken was a mid-second-round pick. But body type similar, explosiveness similar. Josh Jacobs, many 1,000-yard seasons, super productive player, played some great games against the Seahawks as a Packer and as a Raider. So he gets done. A first-round pick, I think they were able to kind of pick up his 5th year, so it's a little difference, about a year apart. But Josh Jacobs ultimately gets his 4 years, $48 million from the Packers. That's kind of what you're looking at, right?
Yeah, I think
now there's a franchise number. That franchise can be somewhere around $14 million or so.
Yeah.
So if the Seahawks want to kind of play that game, I do think they have some of that leverage to be able to franchise. Which, oh, by the way, comes at us quick here. Like with them playing in mid-February, franchise tags come around. I want to say in less than 2 weeks, you could start the franchise tag right there around combine time. So. You think he's going to be a Seahawk and just right now, and this could obviously change. Your gut feeling right now, is he a Seahawk next September?
My gut feeling is, 65-35, 70-30.
Yeah, I'm probably there.
And
Shaheed probably not. Well, we don't need to spend a ton of time. Lots of stuff between now and then.
Yeah.
But I think with Zach's injury, if Zach doesn't get injured, maybe it's a different conversation. But, he did, as you said, make himself some money. Next.
Takeaways.
My last one, and I'll let you hammer 2 after this, just quickly. I've never seen a team revolve around their quarterback as much as this team does in like the most antithetical way. It's usually like the Peyton, the Tom, the Drew, the Aaron, like the Stars, the Cam Newtons, and we just are in their orbit. This is like, no, we're not in any kind of orbit. This is our dude, and we love him. Like if there was any real like noise, to your point, of Ernest Jones in season or in the playoffs and leading up to the Super Bowl, Brady, it was like we got your back. I got your back. We got your back. Like I got your back in a way that I don't remember ever seeing it for a quarterback. Certainly not in this market. You know, when Matt Hasselbeck got benched for Trent Dilfer and Trent played and then Matt came around, Matt was beloved. But I'm talking about like, I got your back and everybody's got to shut up and put some respect on your name. I don't think I've not seen it here. And correct me if I'm wrong, where have you seen that kind of story arc and that kind of storyline with other NFL teams? I'm sure it's happened.
Yeah.
And Baker Mayfield in Tampa, those guys loved Baker, and he was their William Wallace and everything else. But Baker's kind of loud. He's kind of noisy. He'll kind of speak. Sam never does. Takes a high road every single time. There's no bitterness. There's no animus. And yet these guys just absolutely, to Ernest Jones' T-shirt yesterday, want to make everyone know he's their dude.
Yeah. Yeah, and I said this on, I think, with Bump and Stacy the other day, and I tweeted it too, that, you know, I was in that I spent a good 45 minutes in that locker room, maybe even longer than that. It's hard to know when, you know, everybody around you is drinking and there's cigar smoke.
This is post-game.
Nobody was smoking cigarettes.
Room.
Cigar smoke. Yeah, in the post-game locker room at Levi Stadium. And, you know, it just struck me, the moment that I think, I will remember most is Devin Witherspoon, right? A guy who could have been MVP of that game, right? A guy whose defense dominated that game and was really the story of that game. Devin Witherspoon proudly holding up a USA Today newspaper with Sam Darnold and Ken Walker on the front cover under the headline Champions. And he's saying, I'll give you the FCC-friendly version of this. He's saying, my dog is a mother bleeping Super Bowl winner. And he's patting the newspaper for emphasis. Like, the defensive players were just as happy for Sam Darnold as anybody else was. And
honestly, text so you can help out here. 869-793-776. Last 25 years, this century, right? Trent Dilfer, guys liked him. He's a tough guy, but Kerry Collins, guys liked him. Brad Johnson, guys liked him. Joe Flacco, no personality, zero, zip, zilch, none. And guys liked him. But I'm talking about like loved, like wearing T-shirts in that way to represent. To your point, Devin Witherspoon post guy. I'm just trying to think of another QB story quite like this one, where literally Gray Zabel said, I'm willing to die today on the football field. Like, you almost feel like guys are willing to lay down careers and everything for this guy. That's how much they just adore Sam. It's pretty stinking awesome.
Yeah, Sam Darnold should open up like the Sam Darnold school of quarterback endearment to his teammates and like show.
And you know what what chapter 1 is?
What's that?
Be a normal human being.
Yeah.
Be a good dude. Be not about you. Be like the head coach. You said earlier about McDonald. That was your thing you learned this year, that his leadership of egolessness just penetrated and permeated everywhere. Hey, QBs, be like Sam. Be like Sam. Be one of them. Mm-hmm. And shut your mouth. You know, be egoless. Don't be bitter. Don't have all this envy and jealousy. And, man, it's amazing how many people will follow.
Yep.
All right, you got one more, Big Dog.
I got one more.
Takeaways.
Cooper Kupp is a really good football player, and I'm not breaking any news there, but you know, if you just looked at like the stats that Cooper Kupp put up this season, you know, 593 yards, a couple touchdowns during the regular season, you would have no idea about how much of an impact he's made on that team, because a lot of the value that he brings is, he makes plays on the field, and he had pretty productive playoffs, 157 yards in those 3 games, a touchdown, but you have got to look beyond the numbers to realize how big of an impact this guy makes. And it's a lot of stuff behind the scenes. And when Mike McDonald talks about people who are force multipliers, he's talking about Kupp doing the things behind the scenes that he does, which is, sitting in on those quarterback meetings to make sure he's on the same page with those guys, bringing young teammates like Ken Walker III along with them, showing them how to study, how to be a pro. And then I don't know if you saw this clip of Kupp on the Kelsey podcast, where he was talking about how the only offensive touchdown they scored, the Darnold pass to A.J. Barner, that was almost a complete disaster. And I don't totally understand exactly what went wrong with that, but it sounds like it had something to do with the fact that JSN was in concussion protocol and something went haywire with the play call, and the play
was in a different spot. That's what it was. They were in personnel grouping with JSN, and JSN, with the motion coming across, would run the skinny post. Cup is in that spot. The play was called differently, and it was like, oh.
It was reversed, right? Yeah.
He knew the concept so well that he knew in that new spot, I got to be the one to clear out the post, so Mr. Barner can run the scissors, the little corner off of it, and it's awesome.
Yeah, and it sounds like he made that fix in real time, like moments before the ball was snapped.
Yes.
And that's just, a guy who's been in the NFL a long time, really smart player, a coach on the field, and a guy who, again, adds a lot more value to the team than you would realize if you just looked at the bottom line receiving numbers.
I think that is excellent, and all you got to do is look at, two of his proteges and the places he's been. That Puka Nacua is pretty good. And without him, he kind of lost his mind.
Kind of a knucklehead,
JSN
though. Yeah.
was pretty good, and then he became the Offensive Player of the Year. And I think both Puka and JSN will both say really clearly, like, yeah, Brady, that's spot on. This guy's just different. That is a little takeaways version with Brady Henderson. Anything else? I talked a lot. Sorry, I apologize. Anything else in your little notes you want to get to? Anything? Any last tidbit? We do takeaways sometimes, tidbits. Any last tidbit? How fun was that, man?
It was a lot of fun. Yeah.
You've been doing this a lot, and I know you're exhausted and you're totally running on fumes.
Yeah.
But like when your head hits the pillow, I don't know, maybe Saturday when you get a good night's sleep, and you just kind of look back at the last month in particular, how unbelievably fun was that run?
I mean, it was a lot of fun, and like I don't even know what day it is at this point. I can't remember who I was talking to about this, but and you know me, I always preface this by saying, like, I'm not a fan. My job is to cover that team objectively. But I will say this, it's really fun covering that team because there's a lot of just genuinely good people in the organization and in that locker room, and a lot of people with fun stories to tell. And my whole thing was covering that Super Bowl. It's like, it struck me before kickoff while they're singing the national anthem, like, how freaking lucky am I to be here? Covering a game I grew up watching, a beautiful day, sort of reminded me of like a Rose Bowl, with the way the sun was hitting the field and everything. I was just like, this is so freaking cool that I'm here. And, so just very grateful for the opportunity.
Pretty good. And a team that has been so focused all year, right? That just loose and focused, so focused. It was always about the mission until yesterday at about 10 a.m. Pacific time. And we got a good hour of sound from the podium where they finally let loose. We'll react to all of it one more time. Brady in for Salk right here on Seattle Sports.
It's why we bake in the sun out on the berm every summer at training camp. It's why we scream till it hurts. Come fall and winter.
Listen to the 12th man.
It's why we're 12s.
And the party begins. The Seahawks win Super Bowl 60.
Soak it in.
They lived up to the dark side today. It's going to go down in the history books.
We are the home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
Bowl Champions gear at Simply Seattle, your go-to shop for Seahawks gear with licensed and custom designs you won't find anywhere else. Use code ESPN15 for 15% off your order at simplyseattle.com. Celebrate the title team with jerseys, shirts, hoodies, hats, and collectibles. If you're celebrating downtown, shop in person at Simply Seattle on First Ave. And get ready for spring training with Mariners gear and Simply Originals like the Kid Logo hoodie. Code ESPN15 at simplyseattle.com.
This is Chris Davis with the Davis Law Group. Did you know that a pedestrian does not have to be crossing the street on a marked crosswalk to have a successful legal claim against the driver? Pedestrians can even be partially at fault for a collision and still have a valuable claim. Call us today for a free consultation or get my free book on pedestrian accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com. That's Davis Law Group, better service and even better results.
Experience a luxury resort, breathtaking wildlife, spectacular wilderness, and amazing fishing at Queen Charlotte Lodge in northern British Columbia. King salmon runs are at their peak in May and June, and halibut and lingcod are always plentiful. Check out how easy it is to visit QCL at fishqcl.com. That's fishqcl.com. Queen Charlotte Lodge. Experience fishing first class. And remember, our dollar's worth $1.35 north of the border.
Hey, Hoop fans, Bump here. Don't miss out. It's your last chance this season to catch Seattle U men's basketball take on big names at Climate Pledge. Come see the Red Hawks take on St. Mary's on February 18th. Grab your tickets at goseattleu.com/tickets. Red Hawks rising.
Hey, Hawk fans, Jake Bobo. Stormy weather is here. How's your roof holding up? Give Techline Roofing a call. With the strongest warranty in the business, Techline has you covered. That's TEKLINE. Roofing.com. Trust Techline.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
P&D Tree Service, experts in local tree removal. Their team works fast to remove problem trees in your yard and neighborhood. Have you ever seen a tree removed by a crane? P&D Tree Services specializes in close-quarter tree removal to minimize impact on your landscaping. 24-hour emergency service. Any job, big or small. Safe, efficient, and fast. P&D Tree Service turns multi-day jobs into a few hours, saving you time and money. Enjoy a clean, safe, and bright yard. PNDTreeService.com.
For 24 years, Sea Star Restaurant and Raw Bar has been Bellevue's and my go-to for fresh seasonal seafood. Hey, this is Brock Heward, and what I love is being able to count on my good friend, Chef John Howie's reputation for excellence behind every plate. Whether it's local oysters, sushi, cedar plank salmon, Dungeness crab bisque, generous portions with true value, and every detail is cared for. Whether it's a date night, a business dinner, or catching up with friends and family, Sea Star is the dining experience you remember. SeaStarRestaurant.com.
Heritage Mechanical reminds listeners suicide is one of the leading causes of death in our country, and we lose nearly 50,000 people every year. Signs include withdrawing from friends, extreme mood swings, or drug and alcohol use. If you or a loved one are feeling trapped, lonely, or hopeless, there is help available. Please call or text the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline anytime to reach someone who cares. A heartfelt message from Heritage Mechanical and Auto Repair. Family owned since 1998 in loving memory of Osha Hagen.
At the UPS store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open. And happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable.
Not sure how to tackle your taxes? Are you sweating the small print? You may be experiencing FOMO, the fear of messing up. The answer? Using TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it. With a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. It's time to take your taxes to the max. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
They are bringing the Lombardis back to the Northwest.
This is the power of 12 is 1, man.
KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Here's a funny little text I just got from one of my buddies. Really smart guy, Brady. He just texted me.
Okay.
And said, you know what? One other cool thing about the Seahawks, obviously 50 years, so it's not a 100-year-old, it's not one of the heritage blue bloods. But 4 Super Bowls in the last 20 years, if I've said it once, I'll yell that from the rooftops. This brand has become incredibly relevant, big time, in 2 Super Bowls. Do you realize that the Seahawks have never had the number 1 pick in the draft? Isn't that kind of kind of, I don't know, kind of cool, kind of fun, kind of out of nowhere. My buddy Lance just texted me that the Ravens are a much newer organization, but the Broncos, Seahawks, the two that have been around a while, have never had the number one pick in the draft. And through this process of the last Super Bowl, as we know, never hit bottom, never went through 4-win seasons like New England did the last 2 years, or the injury-riddled 49ers have, as they've been kind of boom or bust like the gold drive. Like, nope. Not the Seahawks, man. Not John Schneider. He built that thing right back up and in a remarkable way. And you said this to start the show when you jumped in with me, like a group that has been so mindful, that has been so mission-based, that has been so lack of noise. Yesterday had a chance to be loose, not focused, no game to be played. No. They got to be loose. And old Ernest Jones, is Ernest kind of the old soul of this team, would you say?
Yeah, and I mean, you think of him as like this 35-year-old guy, and he's 26 years old, 27 years old. But yeah, he is kind of an old soul.
Yeah, and he let this out, cut number 4. This obviously made national waves, and we will bleep it out for the young audience and everybody else. But this was Ernest, and he got the mic, and well, I think his teammates expected him, kind of like Cal Raleigh did, to do this.
I'm a keep it a buck. I'm probably the last person they should have gave the mic to.
Probably.
But we finna turn up, man. First off, I want to say shout out to Jody Allen, shout out to John Schneider for making this all possible, man. Shout out to Coach Mike McDonald for helping us get to this point, man. But also, shout out to these who play this game the right way. Hey, not only do we have the best defense in the world, we got the best team in the world. And quite frankly, if you got anything to say about my quarterback, you got anything to say about defense, you got anything to say about our O-line, and you got anything to say about the city of Seattle, I got 2 words for you.
Yeah, yes. But it starts with the quarterback, and I don't think that's coincidence.
No, and that was really a repurposing of what he said after that Week 11 game. And as soon as he said, quite frankly, I knew exactly where he was going, because I have typed. I mean, that was such a big moment, what he said after that Week 11 game, and I've ended up typing out that quote, quite a few times since then. And so I remember, quite frankly, that's what he said during that Week 11 clip, soundbite. And so, I kind of knew where he was going with that. I was curious what the owner would think of that, and I was watching this all on, that they had it showing on the big screen, and they panned to Jody Allen, and she appeared to be loving it afterwards. And so. That was a cool moment yesterday.
And just kind of organic and genuine, and not fake, and not a show, and not posing to be anything, just pretty real, as was this, cut number 3. Played this earlier in Need to Know. And again, Steve Rabel is a gem. Steve Rabel is really, really good at what he does. Mm-hmm. He went from analyst to play-by-play man. He's been doing it for decades. He was a newsman in town before that. Any of you that have been to events that Steve has emceed, there's not a better MC. I've been around a gazillion of them. It's not an easy job, and he is seamless all the time. And you're right, Brady. Yesterday, I think he took a little extra time to write a few notes about different guys. And his comment about Devin, what did he call him? An angel and an assassin?
No, that was Jackson Smith and Jigba. He said he's got the smile of an angel and the heart of an assassin, I think.
That's exactly. It was so good. It was so good. And this was great as he teed up and about handed the microphone to Mike McDonald. Cut number 3 here. This too kind of started to get the whole thing a little frothy.
He should have been recognized as NFL Coach of the Year, but instead, he will gladly take Super Bowl champion. Ladies and gentlemen, the head coach of your Seattle Seahawks, Mike McDonald.
I think we'll take this trophy instead.
We'll get into some Mike McDonald and maybe even a little Steph McDonald as well with Kaylee Hartung in about 20 minutes, as she's gotten to know both of them fairly well over the years. And I love that Here's the Thing caller, Danny, that was pumping up Steph as well. It's just the stud that she is, and the wonderful teammate and cheerleader too, Mike. But Mike, that's right. It's it right there, right? It encapsulates it. Here should have been Coach of the Year, but he doesn't make it about himself ever. Mm-hmm. Did you ever feel like in any time this season covering him, Brady, over the last couple of years, that Mike McDonald has ever made it about Mike McDonald?
No, and it just seems like he actively tries to not do that. And there is just a very genuine self-deprecation, and it's not for show. And same thing with John Schneider. Like when he gives his scouts and everybody in the building praise after he wins executive of the year, he's not doing that just for the cameras. Like that is the way that he is behind the scenes too. And same with McDonald. Just two couple of down-to-earth people.
And maybe the only real news of yesterday is you're a newsman at your heart. That's what you are. Yep. You're a newsman, the son of a newsman. And if there was any kind of news to come out, it might have been cut number 9 with Leonard Williams, because between Jaron and Leonard and D-Law and Cup, there's some older guys that, could do the John Elway and go out on top and win a Super Bowl. And maybe that's it after a dozen years in the league for Leonard Williams. The big cat, cut number 9, made it clear that he's not done yet.
Yeah, we the champs, baby. I just got to say, none of this would be possible without y'all. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate the way y'all took me in this year, the way y'all embraced me. I know I didn't get drafted here. I know I didn't start my career here, but I just knew as soon as I got here, this was a special place. The way y'all backed this team through the good and the bad, man, I just knew it was special. And I just got to say, it takes a team to get here, man. It takes a team to get here. Hey, it takes a team to get here, man. From the top to the bottom, John Schneider, Mike, the head coaches, the whole staff, the wives and the families, everybody supporting our dreams. To my brothers that I play with on every game day, man, it takes a journey. It takes a whole community to push in the right direction to get to this point. And I appreciate y'all. And, hey, we not done. We coming back next year.
We not done. Coming back next year. And they are. From what I understand, Brady, even maybe a few of – and I'd actually put maybe D-Law at the front of the line as far as veteran guys like –
yeah, that you wonder about.
Yeah, that you wonder about contractually and just age and stage and all it took to kind of ramp this thing up. And this you say 20 games, and it was, but for some it was like 22. For those linemen, Gray Zabel played a half of every preseason game. Yeah. Those 3, like it was a real grind. But from what I understand, at least now, as we sit here in mid-February, I think the expectation and post interviews and everything else is that these guys are gonna run it back, even the veterans of veterans.
Yeah, and DeMarcus Lawrence was probably the guy I have been wondering about the most. Cooper Kupp has said, I think he said last offseason that he still feels like he's got 3-4 more good years in him. So I never really wondered about him in terms of whether he would call it a career. Never really got that sense with Leonard Williams either. But yeah, DeMarcus Lawrence has been the guy that I've been wondering about. He told Ariel, I don't want to mispronounce her last name, but Ariel from King 5 during the parade that his wife had a baby on Monday.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they highlighted that during the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the stories. She was up in the stands, could go into labor at the game. And he was not going to leave. They had an agreement that if she went, her water broke and she goes into labor in the stadium, he's not leaving the stadium to go. He'll hurry up and get through the post game locker room quickly to get to her. But that well timed, well done. Everything this year with these Seahawks was well done, well timed, well delivered.
And can I just say one more thing that struck me? When McDonald, after Jackson Smith and Jigba spoke, McDonald had already gone by that point. Remember, he hopped back on the microphone and said, "Put some respect on this man's name." I have a pretty good feeling that I know what that was about. Yep. That was about the mispronunciation,
by that tool influencer we will not name.
Yeah, a lot of people in the building were not happy about that. JSN did not appreciate it himself. I talked to him for a little bit after the game, and that was one of the questions I asked him.
Yep.
And, did not think he was all that thrilled about it, and you saw other people in that building weren't either.
In 20 minutes, we will check in with Milan, Italy. Not talking Olympics, though, with Kaylee Hartung. She will fill us up with all of her stories of her week around this team. Pretty unique perspective as the sideline analyst there for the Seahawks with NBC. Kaylee, in 20, everything you need to know one more time next on Seattle Sports.
Seahawks head coach Mike Macdonald's first interview since winning the Super Bowl. Only on the Mike Macdonald Show with Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Kimmel last night.
Yeah, I was very surprised. Jimmy's like so gracious, treated my family great. Just everybody was just awesome. Even they got me that shirt. Like I didn't have a shirt. Costume people, they had like a rack of clothes and like nothing fit because I'm like weird with the shades. So they had to like bring me another shirt because like I would have looked like a fat guy in a little shirt.
Get the full conversation now on the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Brock Ewart here for my friends over at People Come First. Gosh, it's been so apropos, right? With this team in town, they make it about everybody else. People come first. So does PCF Construction Group. And if you're tired of growing in the cold and the rain every winter with a patio cover, heater, and fireplace from PCF like they built for us at our place, you can enjoy your outdoor deck or patio all year long, staying warm and dry no matter what Mother Nature throws our way. And for a couple more days until February 15th, got to hurry up now. It's just a couple more days, 3 days away this Sunday. Until February 15th, you can get up to 10% off your entire project, plus 12 months with no payments and no interest. Most people, I know you don't consider building a deck in the winter, but if you want yours ready by next spring and summer, then contact PCF now to start the process. Spend the winter dreaming and designing your project so you're ready to build by the spring. Planning permits can take a little time, so get started right now. Get project ideas, browse all their amazing photos, and find all the offer details at 10% off at pcfgroup.com. That's pcfgroup.com.
It took us 93 years to build this reputation, but it'll take just 5 minutes to ruin it. If you think about that, you'll do things differently.
Lee Johnson Auto Family.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
This President's Day, Pure Talk is honoring Jackson and Lincoln by offering unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month. Meanwhile, Big Wireless is honoring Benjamin Franklin by charging families hundreds of dollars for the same 5G service. What's up with that? Ben Franklin wasn't even a president. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be in business with an American wireless company that supports our vets in a big way and keeps all their customer service in this country. That's important. And you'll be on the same towers the big carriers use, so you'll get the same 5G service without the inflated price. So hang on to your Benjamins and switch to Pure Talk for a Jackson and a Lincoln. No contract, no hidden fees. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll get 50% off your first month when you switch. That's pound 250, Mike Rowe, for an American wireless company that is truly unprecedented. Pure Talk.
For those diagnosed with anxiety, depression, or PTSD, Northwest Ketamine Clinics wants you to know hope exists. A recent patient, Evan, details his experience.
Every day was a struggle. I was constantly throughout my life researching what are new ways, are there any breakthroughs for depression, anxiety, these things. And at some point I started to read a few things about ketamine. I probably read every single thing on the website multiple times.
Northwest Ketamine Clinics defines success as a reduction in symptoms by 50% or more. Over a 3-week period, 86% of their patients are successful.
When I arrived at the clinic, it was just a beautiful, peaceful, quiet place. As I saw that healing and growth could take place, and as I put the energy into it, I just saw so many things change in my life.
Welcome to the Pacific Northwest's most experienced ketamine center. Book a free phone or video consult at nwketamineclinics.com. Healing starts here.
Home of your Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks.
They are bringing the Lombardi back to the Northwest.
Seattle Sports.
At Les Schwab, we've been changing the tire game for more than 70 years. We design our own exclusive tires to give you more tires made for the roads you drive, less compromise. All backed by America's best tire warranty included in every tire we sell. It's more unbeatable tire warranty, less charging you extra, like the other guys. It's all about you getting more from less. Stop by or book an appointment at leschwab.com.
It's game time, and Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton are lining up with a roster that's built to dominate the field. The gas-powered RAV4, built to power through every drive, rain or shine. Or switch up the play with the hybrid RAV4, versatile, efficient, and always moving the chains. The Tacoma, tough, dependable, and clutch when it counts. And now, taking the field, the all-new 2026 Toyota Tundra, redesigned, powerful, and built for the big moments. Whether you're in the north or the south, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have your winning ride. Visit toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. In the past 5 years, we've seen thousands of men at our clinics. Most guys tell us the same story, that in their early 50s, it's not that they couldn't function, they just needed help. They started taking Viagra, and it worked great at first. But after a few years, it stopped working. The problem is that their arteries had become more restricted since they started taking it, because Viagra does not unclog arteries. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we use acoustic wave therapy to target the real problem. We break down plaque and clear up the arteries so blood can flow like it did in your 20s. This restores function. And guys, listen to this. You won't have to take a pill anymore. So if this sounds like you, give West Coast Men's Health a call today and see how we can help.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, the first thing you need to know is you and about 1 million other folks crowded downtown. And it sounds like, according to Ray Roberts, everybody that was in and around it, like it all went beautifully. The security, the cops, everybody, the city of Seattle, the planning commission, everybody did a whale of a job. The Seahawks, Brady, you were there. It was awesome. It was awesome. Is there any surprise they pull that off with just like great class? The military vehicles are involved. Military people are involved, right? The stage is set perfectly. The stadium is electric. The speeches, Steve Rabel MCs flawlessly. Like everything is so well done. And of course, Devin Witherspoon. Nobody speaks faster than that guy. Nobody plays faster. He is the force multiplier of all force multipliers. Here was Spoon yesterday getting everybody amped up on the podium.
Yo! How y'all living, man? Come on! Hey, we got a parade today, if y'all ain't know. We locked in, man. I just want to say thank y'all, man. Thank y'all to the best fan base in the world. You talking about who show up in the opponent's building and was treated like ourselves? That's y'all right there. Shout out to my guys around me. This is the best team in the world right here. Can y'all make some noise for them? There it is. There it is. Nah, I just want to thank God, man, because without him, we wouldn't be here. You know, we got to give praise to the all Lord above. And here, man, we just here to have a good time tonight, man. Hey, I'm ready to start drinking. I don't know what else to say. You feel me? We the best in the world. Go 12. Appreciate y'all, man. Seahawks, man.
Start drinking. I thought that was an interesting. Maybe he abstained until
drinking.
Start drinking was interesting. Maybe he held off, knowing that he had to talk in front of the microphone. But
everybody start your engines.
Yeah. Just it really, he's got like a spirit about him that I got to imagine is infectious, and a lot of big personalities on that defense, but nobody is quite like Witherspoon in terms of the energy and just the spirit that he brings, and playing cornerback, 185-pound cornerback who plays like a linebacker, just a heat-seeking missile. And like I've said, I didn't have a vote for MVP, and Ken Walker, entirely worthy MVP for Super Bowl 60. I might have been tempted to vote for Devin Witherspoon just with the impact he had on that game.
I'm guessing some are, and we played now all the sound that's here on my sheet, from Sam to Leonard to Devin to Cooper to AJ to Schneider to Ernest, everybody, Mike, that was on that stage yesterday. And it does pay off exactly what Ray Roberts said to us a couple hours. The thing about an NFL locker room is it is guys from all different walks and backgrounds. And you can listen to those men yesterday and you see that. And when they all come together for one mission, Lombardies are lifted as it was yesterday. Well done.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
And as we celebrate the end of one journey, we're about to start the beginning of another journey with immense expectations, as much as we've ever had for the baseball team here in town. It was just a few years ago, they broke that 20-year streak of never making the playoffs, and they win a series. and then get knocked out and swept by the Astros. It was last year that they were 9 outs away from the World Series. And basically, bring the whole crew back. Your young core is back. Josh Naylor is back. You add Brendan Donovan. And for the first time, we get to hear from the former Cardinal, someone that people rave about that have covered that team. Brendan Donovan gave a quick little thumbnail sketch of what he's going to bring as a Seattle Mariner.
I think the thing about me is like I believe in preparation. Like I try to be the most prepared player on the field. I think that may come with just kind of being able to play kind of all over the field, kind of be the most prepared. And I play really hard. I think that's something that, your effort, your mentality, all that, those are things that you can control in this crazy game. So that's something that I just try to play like my hair is on fire. And that's something that I think makes the game more fun too.
It kind of sounds like a fit. We talk a lot about fit. Sam Darnold's fit. Mike McDonald's fit. All the fit. Same thing with the Mariners. Josh Naylor fits. Cal Raleigh fits. Julio Rodriguez fits. The pitching rotation, it fits. And now it sounds like at third base and at leadoff, you got a guy that's going to fit into that lineup each and every day. Pretty cool.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Yeah, I hit on this earlier. It'll be pretty cool for a couple of our own with Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer both going into the Hall of Fame, the local area Hall of Fame. Seattle sports host, Seahawks radio pre- and post-host. Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer will be inducted in the Pacific Northwest Football Hall of Fame later today down there at Husky Stadium. Part of a 6-member class includes former Seahawks defensive lineman Jeff Bryant and Joe Nash, former Huskies QB Hugh Millen, and former pro and college head coach Don Coryell, who got his start where, Brady?
Lincoln High School in Wallingford, not far from where I live. Who knew?
Eric Coryell. Well, some of us football junkies, we knew that.
I bet you did, Brock.
Yes, so Eric Coryell. Actually, I did not know that. That is everything you need to know.
That's, of course, the digit system,
Yep. Brady was very vulnerable. Brady's learned from Coach McDonald. He's learned from this organization that, hey, just be vulnerable. I didn't know that Don Coryell, and frankly, I'll raise my hand too. I knew that Snohomish was the cradle of coaches. I didn't know that Lincoln High School out there. Shout out to Don O'Neill's son, Gunnar O'Neill, who plays football there in Wallingford and Lincoln High School. Shout out to Lincoln High School that is where Don Coryell got his start, and he will go into the Washington State Hall of Fame, Pacific Northwest Football Hall of Fame later today at Husky Stadium. Just a day of celebration. That's all it is. Just a really cool, my daughter, Haley Brady, did an amazing job in her life of somehow, some way, her birthday would be like a 3-day event. I don't know how she did it, but it would be a party here. It'd be friends over there. She just made a party of it. We're going to extend this celebration for a long, long time in Seattle, and we're going to get a new voice, a first-timer on the show. Kaylee Hartung used to work with her in college football. She is a star over there at NBC, all the work she does out of New York City. She was on the sidelines with the Seahawks. She's in Milan, Italy, covering the Olympics, and she's kind enough, I think it's nighttime in Italy, kind enough to join us and share some stories from what she saw embedded with these Seahawks for a week in Santa Clara. We will tune in and check in with Kaylee next. Brock and Salk, right here on Seattle Sports.
Man, can Seattle and the 12s throw a party or what?
They're estimating around 1 million people at the parade today. 1 million fans.
We're the best in the world! You hear me?
Bump is out on the parade route right now. Bump, where are you?
Oh, no. I can't hear nothing you're saying right now. The vibes are real.
Home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Whether I'm catching up with friends or family, Sea Star Restaurant and Raw Bar in Bellevue is the place. Hey, Brock Heward here, and I love Sea Star's welcoming atmosphere and polished service, which make conversations flow easily and everyone leaves impressed. It's the same quality and hospitality Sea Star and Chef John Howie have been known for decades. And now an amazing deal. 3-course dinners in the lounge every night from open to close starting at just $50. Go check it out. Find the details at seastarrestaurant.com, seastarrestaurant.com.
It's game time, and Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton are lining up with a roster that's built to dominate the field. The gas-powered RAV4, built to power through every drive, rain or shine. Or switch up the play with the hybrid RAV4, versatile, efficient, and always moving the chains. The Tacoma, tough, dependable, and clutch when it counts. And now, taking the field, the all-new 2026 Toyota Tundra, redesigned, powerful, and built for the big moments. Whether you're in the north or the south, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have your winning ride. Visit toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit revivemenshealth.com.
Do you get sinus infections, congestion, sinus pressure and pain, sinus headaches? You've gone to the doctor. You visit urgent care over and over again. And it's always the same thing, right? Oh, I know. Let's try antibiotics and some nasal sprays. But they just keep coming back. You may suffer with chronic sinus infections. The good news? Relief is possible. How? A minimally invasive procedure called the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic. Imagine a procedure so delicate there are no narcotics. Less cutting means less bleeding, so no packing, and no operating room. The Sinusoft procedure is designed for the clinic. If you suffer with chronic sinus infections, facial pain, pressure, and congestion, find out if the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic, is the solution for you. Call and set an appointment today. 206-388-2770. 206-388-2770. That's 206-388-2770.
Forget Cloud 9. We're headed to Cloud 10 with prizes up to $10,000 in cash. Hearts will be racing every Saturday night in February as two lovely winners are drawn every hour from 6:30 till 10:30. Will you be one of Cupid's cash board winners? Visit daily to claim your free entry and find out. Don't forget, your Reef Rewards card can save you up to 25 cents per gallon at Lummi Bay Market next to Silver Reef. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5 exit 260.
The celebration continues.
We never wavered, man. We believed in each other. We loved each other.
On the home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here with my buddy Shannon O'Kelly from IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. So much more than just physical and hand therapy, though, Shannon. You guys, holy smokes, do you have a lot of specialty care?
Yeah, Brock, we do. You know, obviously our nuts and bolts is good old musculoskeletal, but we have a lot of therapists that do advanced certifications in specialty care. And that's important because we can treat the whole population. We can treat your neighborhood. We can treat your family. And those specialty services range from neurovestibular care to dry needling, sports medicine, hand therapy, pelvic floor, vestibular rehab, lymphedema, you name it, we have that service. Again, we're about taking care of the whole family and the whole family's needs.
Remember, IRG, they're in your neighborhood. I'm talking over 40 locations and new additions in Wallingford and the WAC as well, that Washington Athletic Club. You can find them in person. You can find it online at irgpt.com. That is irgpt.com.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
This hour is brought to you by Davis Law Group.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
You know you're having fun when time flies. Final segment, Brady in for Salk today. Thank you, Brady. And not a lot of sleep, just a lot of energy and a lot of juice over the last week or so. And our next guest is, I'm going to guess, on the same boat. I don't think we've ever gone to Italy. And I know we've never had the chance on this show to chat with Kaylee Hartung. Kaylee and I knew each other back on the college football road. It was really fun, Kaylee, seeing you, I don't know, 5-6 weeks ago with the Thursday night game that kind of set the table for all of this, that epic Rams game, and then ultimately a run all the way to the Super Bowl. And you know what? NBC did the right thing. They put you with the Seahawks all week long, embedded with them. So all the way to Italy we go to check in with my friend Kaylee. How are you doing right now, sis?
What an honor to finally get the invite here on the show with you, Brock. So happy to talk with you, and you too, Brady. Hi, ciao, buongiorno. I don't know what hour of the day it is. From Livigno, Italy, where I am covering moguls and aerials events for the Olympics. Still riding high from that Super Bowl win by your Seahawks.
So did you get to get on that private plane with Mike, after the Super Bowl?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I'll say it quietly. Yes, I did.
How was that? How was that?
I mean, so many people have been like, oh, how were your travels? I'm like, nobody needs to feel sorry for me. It was as easy as it could have been, and I have never felt luckier. That's for dang sure. It was awesome, but really one of the best parts about it was just getting to recap the day, the week, the whole experience of the Super Bowl with Mike Tirico. That guy is one of one. And y'all, no joke, we landed in Milan around 8:30 p.m. Milan time. Now, mind you, this is Monday night after taking off from Oakland, California at 1:30 a.m. Pacific time after the Super Bowl. So it was about a 10-hour plus flight, but we land in Milan. We're at the hotel around 9:45 or something. And Mike looks at the head of NBC's research department, Ron Vaccaro, who was also on the plane, and just said, so see you down here at 10:30. Like, I'm talking 45 minutes from when we pulled up to the hotel. He was just going to run up, take a shower, and head out. And he was on television around 2 a.m. Milan time. And I was like, okay, my job's not that hard. Like, I've got to be on the Today Show at 2 p.m. the following day. He blows my mind. But really, getting to kind of take a minute to come down from the high that was the Super Bowl, it was really cool to get that quality time with Mike.
So before you all passed out, right, because all the build up to the game, all the energy, and I want to get to some fun stories behind the scenes as well, but before you all passed out on that flight and you had that time to just kind of reminisce about what you just experienced and what your first Super Bowl was, what Mike's first Super Bowl was, what that game was, what the Seahawks were, what was some of that dialogue on the plane?
Well, I said to him, I'm just so sad it's over. Like, there's so much buildup to this Super Bowl experience. And I said, I'm just so sad it's over. How cool was that? And he said, well, now you know what Olympians feel like. Like, we've got to wait another 4 years if I'm lucky enough to get the call up from NBC Sports 4 years from now when the Super Bowl's back on NBC, now that we're in this 4-year rotation with the ABC and ESPN coming into the mix along with Fox and CBS. So yeah, that's the line that will stick with me from that. But I mean, you said it, getting to be on the sideline with the Seahawks as soon as I got that call of which team I would be assigned, because Melissa Stark and I were splitting the sidelines. As soon as Rob Hyland, our producer for the game, said to me, you've got the Seahawks, I said, what? Like, it was a gift. Like, I was like, you've got to be kidding me. I couldn't have asked for more. I felt so lucky. And you mentioned, Brock, that Week 16 game, and we'd had them Week 4 as well on Thursday Night Football in Arizona against the Cardinals. And so, typically on Thursday nights, you're seeing one of the luxuries of Thursday Night Football, in my mind, is that you get to see almost every team in the league. A couple of years ago, the league passed a rule where you could appear twice on Thursday nights, which we love when we're getting great teams like the Seahawks twice. But I felt really confident in my understanding of the dynamics of the team, and I just had genuine excitement for who they are and what they're about and what they were building. And I'd heard the confidence. I'd seen the confidence on display Week 16 for sure. So, yeah, what a gift for me in my first Super Bowl to get that team of all teams to cover.
Hey, Kaylee, this is Brady Henderson. I cover the Seahawks for ESPN. We actually met at the owners' meetings a couple years ago. Good to talk to you again.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah, I'm gonna give another confession, my second confession of the show so far.
2 confessions today.
Oh, bring it. Let's go.
I have not slept a whole lot, as you can imagine, over the last week or so. And so when Brock told me that you were in Italy, I did not make the Olympics connection. And my first thought was, man, Kaylee is doing this right. She covers the Super Bowl, and then she gets out of the country. She's at Lake Como hanging out, sipping on an Aperol Spritz. Of course, you were there to cover the Olympics, but I'm curious about.
I did just have an Aperol Spritz, for the record. I literally just had one before I came back to my room to talk to you guys.
Okay, so I'm not entirely wrong. That's good to know. But I'm curious, back to the Super Bowl, and as you just told us, you covered the Seahawks several times this year. What was your biggest takeaway from a week down in Bay Area, being very close to that team? What was your biggest takeaway about the Seahawks?
The love that those guys have for one another and Mike McDonald. I feel like there are phrases and words and concepts that get overused in sports about the connectedness of teams or that love or that brotherhood. But man, it's real with those guys, and you know it better than I do. 12 is one, like that means something to them. Tough and connected, that mentality that Mike decided in the offseason after his first season that he really wanted to define this team. Those guys lived by it, and it was real, and you could feel it. And I think for me, whatever sport I'm covering, whatever team, whatever event, you want to believe the things that these athletes tell you. And when it's so obvious and it's so apparent, and you have 10 different ways to try to illustrate that to an audience because of the things that players say and because of the ways that they show you that that's true, man, it makes my job so much easier.
You would have loved, we have this segment, Kaylee Hartung with us all the way from Italy, our first ever guest from Italy that we're getting a chance to talk to, and our first time doing this, known each other a long time. You would have loved, we have this segment called Here's the Thing, Kaylee, and we get our listeners to leave us at times really ridiculous messages, really fun messages, but we had Danny with an I leave us a message and say the star of the Seahawk parade was none other than Steph McDonald. You could throw all the applause, on everybody else, but the star of the show, one of our GM here walked into the building, our program director, and said the star of the show, that caller was right. It was Steph McDonald. She was awesome. You know that any good man has a great woman next to him and beside him. And we've played sound of Steph and how much she has just adored and loved and praised Mike. I think you've gotten to know her a little bit over the years. Can you kind of shed a little more light on who she is?
Oh my gosh, you telling me that makes my heart so happy. So Brady, funny you bring up that we met at owners meetings a couple years ago. Same thing. I met Mike and Steph at their first owners meeting 2 years ago in Orlando. And, it's so important for me to have personal relationships to some degree with these coaches because I'm the one who's got to put a microphone in their face at halftime when they don't want to talk to anybody. Mm-hmm. But I'm of the belief that when they know me and they have seen to some degree the preparation that I do, they will treat me with respect in a way that I very much appreciate. And it makes me more comfortable, knowing that I'm a real human to them and that I have some personality that they enjoy to an extent that they know I'm not going to set them up to fail in those moments. So Mike McDonald's just been hired as a Seahawks coach. He's at his first owners meeting, and I see him and Steph walking down a hallway toward me. And I just said, hey, I just want to introduce myself. Congratulations on the job. I'm Kaylee. And we start talking, and I'm like, wait, it's your first owners meeting? I was like, my first one was just last year. It's so overwhelming, right? Like, how's the experience for you? And they were so cute and so honest and so humble and saying, this is crazy. We don't know anybody here. And I was like, well, you know me now. And that was the beginning of a really special friendship between me and Steph. So it's funny, at owners meetings every year, as I've come to know, and now 3 years of going, Jay Glazer, a guy we all know and love from Fox Sports, he always gets the coaches together for a little like guy time. And that's invite only, and nobody's allowed to just walk in and insert themselves in that. So I have come to learn that is my best time to hang out with the coaches' wives. And to build those relationships with these incredible women that I have so much respect for the way that they have to support these men that basically, widow them for the course of a football season as they're at the office all hours of the day and night. And so Steph and I hit it off immediately, and I just adore her. I think the world of her. And when I found out that I was assigned the Seahawks for the Super Bowl, she was the first text that I sent. Because I just have so much gratitude for her and so much respect for her. And I see how much she loves Mike and how much he loves her, and what a beautiful partnership they have. I'm over here 40 and not married, and looking for a partnership that has all of the values that theirs does. So for me to get to cover them and to feel that connection to the team is so special. Steph is just a light in this world. She's a ball of energy. She is kindness personified. And I gave her the biggest hug after the game. And I was just like, I said it to her. I was like, you did this. He could not have done this without you. I know how important you are to him. And I think, like you said, Brock, behind every good man is a great woman, and Steph is certainly that for Mike. And God, I know Mike would second that. And we were in our production meeting with Mike in the lead up to the Super Bowl, and Mike Tirico trying to do the best job that he could in the way that he's so thoughtful in how he handles stories and characters. He asked Mike McDonald, how do you want to be introduced to the world on this stage, right? The second-year coach that has probably doesn't have as great a name recognition going into this game as plenty of others in the league. And Mike, again, in the most humble way, the guy that he is, he was like, I don't know, man, I don't know. And he wasn't trying to, he wasn't trying to skirt the question. He didn't know what to say in that moment. And Mike goes, how would your wife describe you? And Mike looks at me and goes, Kaylee, what do you think? And to me, that was one of the best compliments that Mike McDonald could give me, that he recognizes that friendship that I have with his wife, and that he would trust me, in that moment to speak for her. And I said, well, Mike, I'll ask her for the sake of this production crew knowing. I said, but I know that Steph would talk about the man you are before she would talk about the coach that you are. But for Mike, it's one and the same, because the man he is obviously has led to him being the coach that he is, that those Seahawks players and everyone in that organization just love and respect so much.
Yeah, that's really well said.
Onions? Are we cutting? I'm getting a little misty.
Yeah, Brock's wiping tears from his eyes.
I'm tearing up over here. So.
Well, that's really well said, Kaylee. I'm curious about just your time on the sideline during that game. And, the one thing, I've been covered 4 Super Bowls, but I'm up in the press box every time. You don't really get quite the, complete feeling of what the crowd is like. And, people like to say that Super Bowls tend to be, right, like kind of the more corporate environment. You don't have as many of like the diehard fans from one team or the other that are there. And yet it sounded like, from what people were saying, from just what I could see and observe from the press box, that there's quite a few Seahawks fans there. What did it sound like and feel like to you on the sideline?
Oh gosh, yeah, you're so right about a Super Bowl. It's such a different environment, that the corporate vibe that it comes to have. But yeah, I mean, are you kidding me? And I think Mike McDonald said it himself. I mean, it felt like 75-25 or something like that. I mean, Seahawks fans showed up, and you love to see it. You know how long you guys have been waiting for that moment, and I love to see that turnout. Very cool. I mean, for me on the sidelines, I try to some degree to kind of tune out the crowd noise in general to keep my focus where it needs to be. But like that Week 16 game in Lumen Field, I think that was the game this season that I personally felt luckiest to be at in terms of experiencing a really special environment that the 12s create for you guys, like that is as good of a home field advantage as there is in the NFL in a very short list of other stadiums that fall into that category. But man, I mean, for me on the sidelines, like the most stressful stretch of time in that game was JSN. You know, when at first we see him with an athletic trainer on the bench and he's getting a bandage put on his heel, and I'm like, is that a blister? Like, they're not reinforcing the bandage with tape. It's not like they were trying to support his ankle. And, you know, I mean, I absolutely cannot say something on air that's just a guess, you know, that's just an assumption in that moment. But I was like, I don't know what else would be on the back of the heel like that. And he's kind of walking, you know, trying to test it out, whatever. And then he goes back in the game, and then it looked like his head hit the ground as he unsteadily got up, and then he's in the blue tent, and then we're waiting to see what happens when the officials go to the monitor, and then he heads into the locker room for further evaluation. And you just, if you're me in that, I mean, you hate it. Like, I hate when airtime for me translates to a player being injured. And when it's the newly named offensive player of the year, it's like gutting for me. And I'm trying as hard as I can, as fast as I can, to get information to share with the audience. But that was like the most stressful period of time. And then to see him come running back, and as I'm going on air to say he's cleared concussion protocol and he's back on the sidelines, there he goes running on the field. And it also might have been one of the proudest moments for me, because I was watching the monitor and able to see, as the words are coming out of my mouth, that he's back on the field, and incorporate that into my report. But yeah, the sidelines were, again, being on the Seahawks sideline for me was a gift on so many levels.
That's awesome. Hey, last thing here for you, Kaylee. We were chatting earlier, Brady and I, trying to think of a quarterback this century that has had, I mean, there's been adoration and certainly respect, and the great ones, their teammates love them because they're so stinking good. And I got to be around Peyton, Damon got to be around Tom. Like, you've seen all of that. But to see, and even yesterday, expressed one last time with T-shirts and words and everything else, the, like, I got your back of Sam Darnold, right, in a way that I can't really remember with other quarterbacks. It's certainly on that stage. So I'm kind of curious, your intuition, your gut, your instinct, as to why these guys made it so crystal clear, even in their final comments yesterday at the parade, why they've got that dude's back the way they do.
Oh, man. I mean, Sam Darnold was a class act, period, the end. I think we've all heard the stories from various people throughout the course of his life, how here's a guy who hasn't changed. And I think people know when you're authentic, and Sam Darnold is authentically himself. And one thing that I was interested to hear players say over the course of Super Bowl week, and a story that I'd wanted to get into the game and never got the opportunity to, was that as much as we were all talking about Sam Darnold's journey, you know, going into this Super Bowl and what a career arc this has been, Sam doesn't talk about that journey with his teammates. You know, he's a guy who is where his feet are. And I mean, Kenneth Walker told me he had to ask Sam to tell him about the challenges he faced and he overcame, and what was his mental like through that journey of his. But he had to ask. And then AJ Barner said to me, like, the thing I respect most about Sam is his self-belief without him needing to go out of his way to say it. And then AJ kind of paused and he was like, you know what? It's time for us to not mention all the other stuff. Let's just say Sam's a great quarterback and he's proven it, like, period, the end. But the love for that guy, man, it runs deep. And it's because of the person that Sam is. And I was talking to his parents on the field pregame, and I just said, man, you guys did so much right raising that son of yours. And Sam had just come over to his parents and given them, you know, his last hug before they were about to be moved off the field. And I asked his mom and dad what their last words with Sam were. And his dad said, I told him to go win this one. And his mom started tearing up before she even got the words out. And she said, I just told him to go enjoy it. She goes, he deserves to enjoy this. And nobody would argue with that. So I think it was awesome for me yesterday just to be on the computer, going down the Twitter rabbit hole, trying to consume as much as I could from seeing that team celebrate this win, which Seattle's still in the streets. What's the count on the people that showed up for that parade?
Oh, there's like a million. Yeah,
just a million.
Yep,
Casual.
just a million.
Casual.
Just cash
yeah.
meal. That's it, Kaylee.
Brock,
That's
call me
it.
later to fill me in on the stories that are not safe for radio.
We will
but that's
do
really
it.
why I agreed to come on this show. I want to hear all the stories from that celebration because, man, it looked like a time.
Kaylee, we will do it, and this won't be the last time. This was the first, and it won't be the last that you join the show. Just joy. We feel the joy through you all the way from Italy, and just how meaningful that experience was for all of us and for you to be front and center and share that. Super, super appreciate the time. Go get another Aperol spritz or two. Hit the rack and keep doing what you're doing. Appreciate you, Kaylee. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Watch the Olympics on NBC.
All right, Kaylee, I'll see you at the owners' meetings. You can tell me all about Lake Como, hanging out in wooden boats and all that. Aperol spritzes.
Let's do it. We'll
I
make
think
that
it's frozen
happen.
now. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Kaylee. Have a great night. There she is, Kaylee Hartung from NBC Sports, and she just has so much passion and joy. And would it surprise you one time when we were on the college football road, somewhere down south that year in the SEC a lot, that we go to Chick-fil-A, and I'm like, I got you. And she's like, okay, kids meal number 2. I'm like, no, we're not doing the kids meal. she just chuckled, and it's so much stinking fun. I want to end this with right here, Brady, because I think it was perfect. One of her last comments on Sam is like the bookend to one of the comments you made on the front end. Do you remember what that was about Sam? And you wrote a whole piece about it, about listening to his feet.
Oh, listening to his feet, yeah.
Listening to his feet. And when she said, you know, why Sam has done what he's done and the authenticity is Sam is where his feet are planted. Like from the beginning of the year to listening to his feet from a football perspective, and the end of the year, the authenticity, as she said that, like Sam is where his feet are. And isn't that what this team was all about this year?
Mm-hmm.
And so isn't that like what the mission is so much as anything else? Be authentic, be right where your feet are planted, and let's go do this thing together.
Yeah, and I mean that's really well said. And you know, they kept their head down, man. I think that was why that parade was probably extra meaningful for them. Is this is a team that really kept its head down and did not, you know, partake in any of the BS. And they were loose. You know, you saw them shadow boxing all the time.
Sure.
They were loose, but you know, I think they were really finally able to cut loose after really some pretty intense focus over the last few months. And by the way, Brock, one more note on this. This has nothing to do with what we're talking about, but it has everything to do with the next order of business for the Seahawks. Listen to your feet. The guy who probably told that to Sam Darnold more than anybody else, Andrew Janocko. He's going to interview for the offensive coordinator job later this week, and he is a name of those in-house candidates. I think he is the name to keep an eye on, Andrew Janocko.
There you go. That is well said. And I don't know if you heard what I heard. I mean, she's 40. She's single. She's going to be at the owners' meetings. I mean, I probably shouldn't go. You know, I'm not going to dump that.
Don't go
Sorry.
there, Brock. Dump that.
Brock.
Maura, you know I had to. I got texts from friends of mine saying, you know, Brady's a really smart, loving, terrifically talented, good-looking guy too. So
I'm sorry, Brady. He can't help himself.
He cannot help himself. No,
I can't help myself.
Thanks, Mark. Appreciate it,
Brady. I can't. I didn't do it on the air. I didn't do it. Well, at least with her on the air. I didn't do any matchmaking stuff. So maybe we'll see if Cupid can fire a couple arrows off the air and see what happens. Where are the owners' meetings this year? Do you even know?
They are in Arizona. Yeah, in
perfect.
Phoenix.
Just perfect. Yeah. Perfect.
Anyways, all right. I think there's something about the hay being in the barn. Is that what I understand?
Brady, thank you so much. I'm sorry for that last 30 seconds, but you know I can't help myself.
You can't help
know
it.
me
No.
after all
It's
these
all out of
years.
love.
You know I love you, especially sitting in on a day like today where you are absolutely on fumes, doing the best job at ESPN. I'll say that right now. Okay, just like EJ steps up for his QB, there ain't nobody like Brady Henderson at ESPN covering the team the way you cover the team. For all of us, we appreciate it. We love you. Get some rest. And for this day, yes, Brady, the hay.
It's in the barn. You're my guy, Brock.
See ya.
Get to the chopper! Man, can Seattle and the 12s throw a party or what?
They're estimating around 1 million people at the parade today. 1 million fans.
We're the best in the world! You hear me?
Bump is out on the parade route right now. Bump, where are you? you?
Oh, no. I can't hear nothing you're saying right now. The vibes are real.
Home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Good Dog Auto Glass. When your windshield breaks, the national brands say their fix is safe, but the quality is light. Instead, trust Good Dog Auto Glass for the best in quality auto glass.
Don't let the insurance company bully you. When you call, we answer the phone. Visit us online and get more bang for your buck.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
When you buy a new vehicle from Lee Johnson, you'll get a lifetime powertrain warranty included.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through March 22nd, switch to Comcast Business and get started with 150 megabit internet plus Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or ask how to lock in your rate for 5 years on a qualifying internet bundle and get a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile for a limited time only. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
Season 2 of Unrivaled Basketball is here, and the energy is unreal. Stacey Rost here telling you to get ready, because the best women's players on the planet are running it back with even bigger moments and bigger stakes. Built for the players, created by women's basketball stars, Unrivaled gives athletes a high-quality, U.S.-based off-season league with better visibility and support. Don't miss as Paige Beckers, Nafisa Collier, Kelsey Plum, Brianna Stewart, and more take the court and redefine the game. If you love high-intensity hoops, this is the league you've been waiting for. More action, more highlights, and more star power. Every matchup, every highlight, every moment that makes you jump out of your seat, it's all back and bigger than ever. This isn't your regular season. This is Unrivaled. Make sure to watch the action on TNT, True TV, and HBO Max. And that makes it super easy to watch no matter where you are. Unrivaled Basketball, where the pace is faster, the energy is higher, and every athlete shines.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit revivemenshealth.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Did you know GoodRx can help you save on medication, manage prescriptions, and get trusted health information? If you're one of the millions living with a heart condition, check GoodRx for an easier, more affordable way to manage your health. GoodRx offers common heart medications for under $30. Just search for your prescription, find the best price, then show your pharmacist the GoodRx coupon. and it works whether you have insurance or not. To start saving and better manage your heart health, download the free app or visit GoodRx.com today. GoodRx is not insurance but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
They are bringing the Lombardi back to the Northwest. This is the power of 12 is 1, man.
KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Baseball news now that the Super Bowl is over. The Dodgers and third baseman Max Muncy have reached an agreement on a one-year contract extension worth $10 million guaranteed. Also breaking this morning from ESPN's Jesse Rogers, MLB owners have voted in favor of a rule that will force first and third base coaches to stay in their boxes until a pitch is thrown. The goal of the rule is to prevent pitch stealing.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Hope everyone had an amazing time at the parade yesterday. Bump, I know you did. You were finally able to join us at the end, and we already asked you how it went, so I'm sorry to ask again, but now, 24 hours removed, just about, I mean, what an amazing experience to be able to be in the parade.
I've never seen so many people in my life. I've never seen that many people. It started small,